And welcome into the Monday edition of Robby and Rexrode here on ESPN 102.5 The Game. Robbie Stanley, Joe Rexrode, Ryan Porth here with you on this Monday morning in Nashville, Tennessee. Joe Rexrode, how we doing? What's going on?
I'm doing fine, hatless Robby.
Yes.
How are you doing?
You can see my beautiful bald head all day today streaming live on YouTube, Periscope, and on Twitch. Sorry for the glare.
I was about to say, you're going to blind some people watching it.
Are you looking at the screen right now?
It took Porth 28 seconds to come in off the top rope. That may be a new record.
Are you looking at it right now?
I'm looking at it right now.
I mean, honestly, is there a glare?
There's a little bit of one, yeah.
Yeah.
I've got an extremely white head.
It's not shiny.
It's not shiny.
So that's good.
Yeah. Maybe I'll wax it up in the future. We could really get a reflection going in here. It'd be great.
Is this going to be the new thing now? This the
No.
new you?
This is basically me being an idiot for getting a hat. That's all it really boils down to. Slow start on the Monday morning for Robbie Stanley.
It's cool to mix it up, though.
The dog rolled over at like 3:30 and decided that she wanted to just sleep on top of me. So I've been up since 3:30.
Oh, boy.
It's a fun time. We've got a loaded show for you today here on the program. We got a lot to get to with the Nashville Predators. We'll begin to do that and take your reaction here in just a couple of minutes on our text line, driven by WilsonCountyHyundai.com, 615-737-1025. Corey Curtis joins us at 8 o'clock. Darren McFarland at 9 o'clock. So looking forward to that conversation coming up with those two guys that join us every Monday. Tell you what, another big weekend for the Nashville Predators. They sweep the Chicago Blackhawks 3-1 on Saturday night, 3-2 last night in front of a national TV audience on the NBC Sports Network. And Joe Rexrode, don't look now, but the Nashville Predators have found their way back into a playoff spot. They are the number 4 seed currently with 37 points, 18-17-1. I don't really know how they've done it, but they've done it. And here they are, Joe, 4th in the Central Division, in a spot where, let's be honest, 2.5, 3 weeks ago, nobody expected them to be. It's been pretty incredible to watch this turnaround with the Predators.
Yeah, and it's not just like they happen to be winning games. They look good.
Yeah.
I mean, they're playing well. They get good goaltending from both guys. I mean, obviously Saros is just red hot right now, but then last night it's you all of a sudden you go from 2-0 to 2-2 and your best player responds, which is like what happens for good teams.
Yeah.
That's what happens. Good teams, that's how they win a lot of games, So I'm seeing on the timeline, in the mentions, a lot of people saying, never mind.
I know.
Now I still think you're wrong. I think Mikhail Granlund should be gone this week, and that's fine. You could still keep doing this. Now you have one more spot that you don't have to worry about making a tough decision on, but at least Granlund's got to go, in my opinion. No matter what happens, every game, in the interim here between now and the actual deadline.
The soft sell idea by Adam Vingan seems to be gaining a little bit more traction with Predators fans. Up until this weekend, there was still a lot of, you blow this thing up right now on Twitter. There's a lot of, after last night, soft sell. There's a lot of, hey, just leave this thing alone right now after last night as well on Pred's Twitter, which, again, I don't know that the deadline approach this year is either way to leave it alone. There's no way to me they should be a buyer, so I'm still kind of a proponent of the soft sell idea as well. But I tell you what, it's been fun to watch what they've been able to do. And really, this weekend, I thought with the exception of the third period yesterday, really the same story. Like, I thought the Predators controlled the game from start to finish on Saturday against the Blackhawks. There was never really a time where I thought Chicago was all that dangerous on Saturday. Saros made saves when he had to. I thought they did a great job of really limiting what Chicago got. The first couple of periods last night were really the same for the Predators. They didn't give up a whole lot. They capitalized when they got some opportunities. And then, as you said, Chicago makes a push in the third period, and Roman Josi makes a play to go win it. By the way, awesome play by Eeli Tolvanen on that play as well to get him the puck.
Yeah.
And all of a sudden, I mean, this team is making big plays in big moments when they weren't doing that hardly at all to begin the season.
And Pred's hater right here, picked them to lose both games.
You did.
I hat in hand. I don't have a hat like you, but I'm wrong, man. It's a pretty amazing. It's sports. That's one thing you gotta love about them is how unpredictable they can be, and absolutely no way I would have bought that this would be the situation a couple weeks ago. No way.
No,
would not have bought it
with the injuries and everything that you factor into it as well. I mean, it's pretty amazing what we've seen. I think some of it has just been a mentality change that they've had as well. And John Hines was asked about that last night after the game. What's led to the success recently for the Predators and how they've had to approach this from the way they've played the game stylistically. Here's what Predators head coach John Hines had to say.
I think it comes to, Adam, when there are momentum shifts in the game. I think first and foremost, I think our goaltenders have helped us in those situations where, they've been able to hold serve for the most part, which is a big factor when the other team is gaining momentum like that. The other one is we're better defensively. We're more committed. There's not a lot of panic. I think guys understand the positioning, the structure, how you need to compete in those situations a lot better than we had in the past. And I think that combination, I think, has been a big difference. Is just, I think they really believe in, the work ethic and the structure and just understanding there's going to be pushes and surges in games. And when you get saves at key times, which we have had, I think that settles things down again. And then I think guys, understand we just have to continue to play because they've worked to an identity. And, sometimes when the other team gains momentum, you just need to get back to what you were doing. And when you believe in it, you do it.
So that was John Hines after the game last night talking about the identity the Predators have played with. And, Joe, we've talked about it a little bit with the injuries that they sustained. You've had to really commit to playing well defensively. Obviously, the goaltending, I think, still is the biggest story. And we'll see what's going on with UC Saros. Came out yesterday that he is day-to-day. So we'll see what happens with that. And kind of interesting last night, John Hines was asked about it and didn't really know if it's upper or lower. So I don't really know what to make of that. We've reached that time of the season.
Well, that's where we're going in hockey. Yeah. I think they just call everything a body injury.
Yeah, it's just a body injury for UC Saros. So we wish him a good recovery in his body injury on that point. But hopefully he's back in there soon because he's been playing just lights out for the Predators as of late. And then Pekka comes in last night. And again, I didn't think he was tested all that much, but made a couple of big saves in the first couple of periods. Patrick Kane had a nice chance on him in the second period. He was able to keep out of the net. And then they got two in the third, and he's able to hold down the fort later in that period as the Predators are protecting that lead. So goaltending, I still think, is the number one story, and it can cover up a lot of issues. But I don't think there's any doubt at this point with the lineup the Predators have had out there. They've had to commit to a certain style of play in order to be successful and in order to win games. Like, other than Rocco Grimaldi going out there and scoring 4 goals against the Red Wings, like, you're not going to blow anybody off the ice with your offensive prowess out there. They've had to be really, really good defensively. They've had to be really, really good on special teams. And to their credit, they've done that as of late. Now, I thought another guy that played extremely well over the weekend, Ryan Johansson, was really good. He was really good over the weekend. And that, to me, is a very good sign moving forward. If you can get him going, and Arvidsson scored yesterday as well.
Finally got him going.
Those can be really big for this team moving forward if they can find a way to keep that going together.
Okay, so Matt Duchene should be back real soon. What does that mean? What does that do to the lineup? How much of a bump could that be?
Well, it could be a bump now if they go the route that we talked about and they trade Mikael Granlund. I would imagine that Duchene's just going to slide right in where Granlund is. So it's going to be interesting to see how they handle that, because if they keep this thing together a little bit longer, I don't know if you're breaking up that line with Granlund right now. Like, where are you putting Duchene? Like, third-line center? I guess. I don't know. They've got an interesting decision on their hands coming up.
Are you suggesting maybe they wouldn't put him anywhere?
No, I think they'd put him in. I know some people have talked about that. I think they'd put him in.
Joe, you've mentioned how you want to see Granlund traded, like, before the deadline. I think in this situation, I would almost say when Duchene is ready to go, you find a taker for Erik Haula, and you get that asset, that mid-round pick, whatever it is, and Haula comes out of the lineup and Duchene goes in. Yeah, I don't want to sacrifice young players' ice times.
So
No.
you're saying don't trade Granlund.
If it's not Granlund, then Holla.
Why not both?
Well, I think you do trade both before the deadline, but Duchesne could be ready before then.
I got you. Okay. I thought you were saying Holla, not Granlund, because Granlund's going to be your best expiring contract return, obviously.
Was basically saying that you could do the same thing with Holla,
Right.
as you're saying with Granlund.
Yeah,
Right.
yeah. So on the goaltending point, and this is going into yesterday, but Vingan loves natural stat trick. Are you a natural stat trick lover?
It's good. Yeah. I don't love it as much as Venga does, but yeah.
Find you somebody who loves you like Vingan loves natural stat trick. But in the 6-1 stretch, going into last night, the Preds had controlled 47.5% of expected goals compared with 68.18% of actual goals in 5-on-5.
Yeah.
And again, I'm not a natural stat trick, but to me that says, wow, the goaltending has been pretty remarkable.
Been pretty good. I mean, I think they're operating at 5-on-5 recently, somewhere around like a 96% save percentage. It's pretty. You're gonna win a lot of hockey games if your 5-on-5 save percentage is hovering around 96%. As a matter of fact, it is. It's the last 8 games. This coming from Vingan. The Predators have a 95.9 save percentage at 5-on-5.
Now, to your point, this weekend, it was a lot about what was going on in front of the goaltenders, right?
It was.
It hasn't always been that, but I think this weekend in particular, it was maybe more that.
Yeah. No, they did a great job in front of him. I mean, they really did. And Saros, he had to make a couple of big saves Saturday night. Not much. I mean, they didn't get hardly anything Saturday night in the offensive zone. So the defense is coming around. It's playing better. You've got Yossi back in there now, and it's been interesting to watch how they've handled that, just kind of leaving Ekholm and Carrier alone and letting Yossi come in with Fabro for the most part up until this point. So, as you start to get more bodies back, that's going to be interesting. Like when Mark Borowiecki is healthy, are you taking anybody out right now? I'm probably not. I don't know. I mean, that's going to be interesting to see how they handle that. So you figure, I mean, we talked about like maybe Luke Cunnin coming back in, and what do you do with him? Well, he's come back in, and he's lighted it up since coming back in. So you got to feel good about that if you're John Hines, that even guys that have been out, once they're coming back in, number one, they're buying into the way that you're playing, and the results haven't changed all that much. And then you look at this week for the Predators. You've got 2 coming up against a Dallas team that continues to disappoint, and then Chicago, again, coming up on Saturday. You got a chance to keep this thing going this week at home. So a really good weekend for the Nashville Predators, and now they find themselves back in a playoff spot. What's your reaction? How surprised are you that the Predators have gotten to this point, and how does it affect the way you view the trade deadline coming up? Let us know on our text line, driven by WilsonCountyHyundai.com, 615-737-1025, 615-737-1025. We'll talk about that next. This is Robby and Rexrode here on ESPN 1025, The Game.
Taken behind the net by Kirby Doc for Chicago. And his pass intercepted by Johansson, giving it to Tolvanen. Back now for Josi to score! Tic-tac-toe! Predators retake the lead. 3-2 and a goal by the captain, Roman Josi. And that will do it. Predators win again. So the Predators sweep the series against the Chicago Blackhawks this weekend, and they have tied them for the 4th spot in the Central Division standings.
2 huge games, and obviously tonight wasn't the prettiest game, but we found a way to win, and that's the most important part. And I think with everything we've been through the whole year, to be close to a playoff spot right now, same points with Chicago. It's huge for us, and it definitely gives us a lot of energy going forward here.
All I do is win, no matter what. Got money on my mind.
A big couple of wins for the Nashville Predators over the weekend. Roman Josi, the game winner last night, and here we are. The Predators find themselves at the moment in the 4th and final playoff spot in the Central Division, doing a lot of winning as of late, which of course means Ryan Porth is playing that song that Joe Rexrode just loves by DJ Khaled.
You like that song?
No.
So bad.
I mean, I don't hate it, but I don't sit there and listen to it very often either.
You don't hate it? You
No,
should
I mean,
hate it.
I've never really thought one way about it or not. I've never listened to the whole song.
Find your
tell
hate.
you.
Find your hate.
Find your
Robbie.
hatred for
It's
it?
deep
Okay.
in there.
Okay.
For that song.
All they do is win.
What's the proper, time period for like a pro sports team to like switch up its songs?
Well, I mean,
some never
they've had
do.
the same goal song for their entire existence. It's pretty good. Tim McGraw.
So McGraw cut that back in '98.
Yeah.
Is that right?
Oh yeah, buddy.
Okay.
It's been there the whole time.
Well, then you know what? That's tradition, and that's a homegrown. That's a local. Your guy that represents where you are. So that's fine. Okay. And plus, that. See, I think the goal song should annoy the heck. Even if it annoys everybody else, it annoys the opponent so much.
It does.
That's good.
Which is half the point. Yeah.
Yes. So fine. So don't touch that. But you can mix up some of the other stuff, right? Wouldn't be a bad idea necessarily.
I'm just 75% of sports teams in our country after they win a game play that song. That's probably
which is another reason.
Probably not an exaggeration.
Which is another reason to move away from that group and do something on your own.
All right, we'll come up with a song they should play.
Maybe
we'll float that idea.
I'll come
out
up
there.
with a variety of options.
Okay, cool. We had another indication last night or example of Twitter sarcasm not being obvious for people. I tweeted this out after the first period last night. I thought it was pretty clearly a joke, but I continue to get replies of people thinking that it's not. Quote, "The Predators have gone from the worst team ever to the Stanley Cup favorites in 2 weeks. It really is something else." And I've got
that was a joke?
Yeah, man. Somebody just tweeted me, "Slow your roll. They've got a win streak going for them, and that's good, but there's still a long way to go before they can even entertain the idea of hoisting the cup."
Ease up,
I realize
Robbie.
that. Thank
They're
you.
only like third favorite. They're not the favorite. Come on, man.
There were people legitimately upset with me last night that I called them a Stanley Cup favorite. It was a joke, folks.
Yeah,
it's okay.
The sarcasm button has been needed all along on Twitter.
It is, but it is interesting to see how people view this team now. Predators fans who I've seen on Twitter that have been totally out, some of which found their way back in this weekend, which is amazing how quickly those things turn around when a team starts winning. Noah on Twitter says, "I'll be interested to see Robby and Joe's take on this. Personally, I'm not thrilled. This team is lining up to get smoked in round 1 by the Lightning and pick in the middle of the first round, and now likely won't be receiving valuable future assets in exchange for veterans. This is a recipe for how to be a meaningless middle-of-the-road team for a long time, or you can rebuild around the young players who have fueled this rebuild and set yourself up for long-term success. The choice seems fairly clear to me, but this town loves some mediocrity." So, Noah, how much fan base do you still think feels like Noah?
Noah is doing some hate watching. I respect the hate watching, Noah. So you're mad, but it sounds like he's mad at like the players for like playing well. Like
I think more just mad at the situation. Yeah,
but the situation, Rep, you don't know the situation.
I know.
We don't know. Look, if they go through this, and to me, if they stand pat, that's a huge mistake. That's a huge mistake on David Poyle's part. If if they don't move anyone, any of these expiring contracts. But you don't know that they're not right now. The fact that the team's playing well should not make you upset. I mean, I suppose, okay, your draft position may be worse, but what do you expect the players on the ice to do? Do you not want to see some of these young players show promise for the future and some of the stars who are paid to be stars actually play like stars?
Sure you do, but I think to Noah's point there, what does it mean if you do all this and then you get smoked in the first round and then you've not traded and collected future assets? I think there is a sizable portion of the Predators fan base that still feels that way.
No, if they don't move anyone because of this, Noah, I am 100% with you.
But I think he's even talking about like the Ekholm-Ellis discussion as well, which as this continues to go by, the less and less likely it is I think they're trading Mattias Ekholm, at least right now. Like, how do you think it would go over in that locker room that they've battled their way back to the 4th spot, and all of a sudden you're like, all right, Ekholm, see you, buddy. You're gone.
Yeah. But would they be shocked?
I think at this point they might be shocked.
Sure.
Yeah.
Shocked.
I think at this point they would.
It's all we've been talking about for weeks around this league.
Well, we still have 2 weeks left before the trade deadline, and they still have Dallas, Chicago, and Detroit on the schedule before then. Like, this stretch of winning 7 of 8 may not slow down, which means they probably put themselves in even better position for the playoffs.
Maybe. But let's also keep it in perspective. They have gone nuts here to get to 500 and just on the cusp of the playoffs.
Yeah. Sure.
So, let's keep it in perspective of what the last few years have been. No one in that locker room would have any justification to be shocked or, to me, look, of course they'll be upset. They don't want to lose a teammate and a close friend, but that's pro sports. I mean, what's happened here has been a great story, but it's still a 500 team on the cusp of the playoffs that's gone in totally the wrong way over several years. Right?
I agree.
I think it's easy to say, though, that they wouldn't be shocked or upset.
I'm not saying they wouldn't be upset. I'm saying they have to be realistic about it. I mean, it's right. I mean,
I'm just telling you the vibe I get.
Is there going to be a mutiny if they trade Ekholm?
No, I'm not saying that. I mean, we're not going to go Cincinnati Bearcats over here. But how about that?
Thank you.
Yep.
Go Bearcats.
I do think as this continues to go along here, it's less likely that they trade a guy like Ekholm now. Maybe they do it over summer. I don't know.
But see, now you have leverage.
I know. Well, yeah, unless somebody just really blows you away.
Which could happen.
Could. And you got to be open to that if you're David Poile. I think the feeling from some on Pred's Twitter now is that's not going to happen. Which, I don't know. Maybe it does, maybe it doesn't. Let's go back to the text line driven by WilsonCountyHyundai.com. Tyler from Berry Hill texted in, the problem with getting caught up in the playoff race is we don't get to see them against a true quality opponent until April the 10th. So how can you say don't sell until you can see them compete with a top team? I mean, the schedule right now, you're going up against the Chicagos and the Dallases and the Detroits of the world. Now, they did just run through a road trip where they played well against Tampa Bay, and they played well against Florida, and they played well against Carolina.
Exactly.
So I understand that's 1 week of a sample size, and that's not very much. I hear exactly what Tyler is saying there. But to his point, like if they were doing this right now against Tampa Bay and Florida and Carolina, maybe you view it a little bit differently if you're a Predators fan. I think there are Predators fans that view this as, well, yeah, they're beating up on Dallas and Chicago who can't win a game recently. Like, of course they're doing this. In Detroit, what does that mean against the Lightning or the Panthers or the Hurricanes? It's a fair question, I think.
Well, they started the stretch of 7 of 8 with wins against Tampa and Florida.
I understand that, but they've also gotten smoked by Tampa and Florida all year long.
Sure.
Yes. But if
the fans
they did win those 2 games.
Yes.
But if the fans want to see them do this against those teams, they literally did that against those two teams early in the stretch.
One game against Tampa Bay. It doesn't mean anything. Doesn't mean anything. So
but if that's what they're asking for, and they literally did that early in the stretch.
But if you end up beating Tampa Bay 1 time out of 8 this year, what does that do? Nothing.
Sets you up to shock them with a sweep in the first round.
Yeah.
Just like Chicago in 2017, where they couldn't beat Chicago in the regular season.
There is some of that. going on too. Let's go back to the text line driven by WilsonCountyHyundai.com. Chris from Clarksville text in. The Preds need to lead the rookies in. They want to play by earning it. Some of the other players are already earning it and don't play as hard. Duchesne is almost a tourist level. Disappointment. I don't know why Duchesne is a disappointment conversation right now. He's not played in 4 weeks.
Yeah.
Hey.
But here's what's going to happen, too. When Duchesne comes back, if they lose that first game,
yeah,
it'll be his fault.
Well, I wondered about that when you started to get, Cunning back in there, and one day when Duchesne comes back in there as well, like if they start to go the other way, people are going to, fairly or unfairly, they're going to make that connection.
Yeah. And there's another that's not the reason, obviously, but see, if you move Granlund, you move Holla, you make it so that like this is what the lineup has to be.
Yeah.
Then makes it easier for John Hines, really, if you move some of these guys.
It does. Daniel on Twitter says people need to realize that they can still trade those assets at the draft. Talking about Ekholm and Ellis and players like that.
Absolutely. No, and again, we've talked about the Ellis side of that, which we both agree would be our choice if it was a thing where you're choosing between the two and the return was the same, and if it were to be Ellis, it would probably have to be after the season. So, yeah, it doesn't. Look, if they don't trade Ekholm or make a huge deal here, then I don't think anyone should be upset because you don't know what's going to happen in the offseason. But if they don't, to me, man, they have to trade Granlund. They have to trade him. Have to. Period.
We'll continue this discussion when we come back, taking your thoughts on our text line, driven by WilsonCountyHyundai.com, 615-737-1025, 615-737-1025. That's coming up next. Also get into a very busy weekend in the NCAA tournament as well. All that coming up. This is Robby and Rexrode here on ESPN 102.5 The Game. How'd you like to watch the Preds game in style? Well, if you would, make sure you're tuning in later on in the show as we reveal a keyword for you to text into the game line at 615-737-1025 for your chance to win the T-Mobile Hockey Homegate. It's your chance to watch a weekend Preds game with a Dos Equis prize pack, which includes a case of beer, dessert from Nothing But Cakes, a T-Mobile prize pack, and food provided by 312 Pizza Company in Germantown. You must be 21 or older to enter, and we'll have that opportunity coming up for you a little bit later here in the show. Welcome back in, Robby and Rexrode here on ESPN 102.5 The Game, talking Preds and taking your reaction on our text line, driven by WilsonCountyHonda.com, 615-737-1025, 615-737-1025. And Joe, to your point about trading Granlund, Tyler says, I don't disagree that trading Granlund is the right call, but if you have to trade him, what's the price, and how do we know that they aren't getting low-ball offers from Mikael Granlund? Now, I've said you could probably get a second-round pick out of Granlund, but I think this recent run, it helps you if you're David Poile, because 2.5, 3 weeks ago, it was a foregone conclusion that they were trading Granlund, and it was probably a foregone conclusion at that point they were trading somebody else of bigger substance, whether it was Ekholm or somebody out of the blue that we didn't know. I mean, that was certainly on the table. If you're Poile, I mean, you're looking around now saying, all right, I'm in a playoff spot to these other teams. I don't have to trade anybody. You're going to have to sweeten that deal. Maybe you could get a first-round pick for Mikael Granlund. I don't know. I mean, if it's the right team, I don't know. Maybe you could. Now, if that's the case and they have been getting quote-unquote low-ball offers, if a team really wants Mikael Granlund, I would expect that to change relatively soon.
Yeah, we don't know what the offers are,
Yeah.
So I guess anything's possible. But I think he's an appealing player. He's playing well. He fits the absolute profile for a contender of the rental, forward that can make a difference for you in your lineup. And when the Preds were in fire sale mode, that's not as good a spot to be in as they are now. It's not an absolute, okay, well, you're just selling off all your assets. I mean, Poile has more leverage, so I don't know if they get a first or not, but even if they get a second, to me, you've got to do things to build forward.
Yeah.
I mean, what's the absolute ceiling of this team right now as it's constructed?
Probably a first-round exit if it's Tampa Bay.
So the ceiling is not even you think could not even.
Look, I mean, you never say
win.
never. You never say never, especially in this sport. Could they go out there and beat Tampa Bay in the first round? Sure. Would I say that that's at all likely? No. I mean, Tampa Bay is an absolute machine. So I would be hard-pressed to believe that they would go out and do that. Now, maybe it's not Tampa Bay. Maybe you're playing Carolina in the first round. I don't know. But either way, I think I would be hard-pressed to believe that happened. Now, it's the NHL. We've seen crazy things happen. We've seen teams get hot and make a deep run through the playoffs. And maybe goaltending carries this team and Saros stays hot and Pekka stays hot when he's in there and they could get on a run. I don't know. Maybe they could. I'm not going to sit here and tell you that they couldn't. To me, though, the ceiling realistically is a first-round exit to Tampa Bay or Carolina. That's just the way I feel. So is that worth it? Is that worth taking a shot in the playoffs? That's the question I think you've got to answer if you're a Predators fan or you're David Poile.
Well, that just spells out to me, good job for these guys. Keep going. Young guys are proving some things. Some of these other veterans are playing better, but you don't really approach it differently if you're running the team.
Yeah, and I don't know that they will approach it any differently. It's just this has all of a sudden gotten a whole lot more interesting, and that leads us to our poll question of the day at 1025 The Game on Twitter. Today's question is this. The Preds have won 5 in a row. They've won 7 out of their last 8 and currently sit in a playoff spot. Are you a believer in the turnaround? Yes or no? Very early in the voting process, 58% say no, 42% say yes. We're only 12 votes in. That was put up literally 2 minutes ago at 1025 The Game on Twitter. So cast your vote. I'm interested to see what this looks like at the end of this poll today here on the show. I'm fascinated to see how Predators fans respond to this.
And there's some wiggle room in what it means to be a believer, but You can be a believer in the turnaround, and you can still want them to sell some assets, right?
Yeah.
The ceiling is the roof.
That's right. The ceiling is the roof.
By the way, earlier, did you throw in that draw in of air when Hines was talking?
Yes, he breathed in your ear.
That was literally just to you and Robby.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
The magic of live radio,
I
baby.
had no idea. Anybody who was watching, we both looked, and I was like, wait a minute, that just happened?
What happened? Let's go back to the text line driven by WilsonCountyHyundai.com. Got a texter that says, when the Blues won a couple of years ago, they were the worst team in the league for the first half of the season. Maybe there is some hope.
Yeah.
There's always going to be that example people point to.
Well, and the people are pointing to 17 a lot.
Yeah.
They're pointing to Chicago.
This team is
All
different
that
than
stuff.
17.
Yes.
This team is different than the St. Louis Blues team that year. I'm not saying they can't make a run. I'm just saying that they're different.
You know what's interesting is
The reason the Blues sucked for the first half of the year that year is because they couldn't stop a puck. And then Jordan Bennington came in, and all of a sudden they could stop a puck.
Plus, their coach was incompetent.
Yeah.
Well, that's exactly where I'm going with the Preds. The thing about 17-2 is obviously Pecorine past his prime, maybe, I guess. Well, gosh, he won the Vezina the next year. But still a goaltender who certainly you knew was capable of something like that, right?
Yeah.
In the postseason.
Yeah.
So my question, is there any different feeling on Saros right now from this hot streak? He's had hot streaks before.
He's had some hot streaks before. This is right up there with the top. He's playing like this.
Is he putting it in everybody's face? Because, we've kind of written him off. I've kind of written him off. You've kind of written him off. Not as like a he's a starting
good player. Yeah,
he's a starting quality goalie, but he's probably the bridge goalie for this franchise, we think.
Yeah.
Because that's the question. If you want to talk about, okay, think back 2017, what was the story? It was Pecorine, and he was just astoundingly good.
Yeah.
Especially in the first 3 series. So does he have that in him still, / can Saros come close to that in a postseason?
That's a great question. I don't know. And if he can, that's the ingredient in the playoffs that can steal you a series or make you go on a deep run, is your goaltender just stealing it. And, if the matchup would be Carolina or Tampa Bay, based on the way those two teams play, that's what you'd have to have. You would have to have a goaltender playing at the level they're playing at right now and sustaining that.
This is the best that Saros has played since a year ago, before the pause, when he shut out Dallas back-to-back right before the pause.
Yep.
He'll go through stretches, but he's got to do this longer for me to believe that he can steal a playoff series.
Well, I agree, and he's had one opportunity in the playoffs, and he was okay.
Average. Yeah.
He was okay.
He was average.
But there was like a goal in every game that basically you're like, yep, that's the difference between advancing or not.
Exactly.
That one can't get in.
And to that point, Cody on Twitter says they're skating, moving the puck, and cycling well in the offensive end and setting up consistent quality scoring chances. However, defensively, there's still plenty of mistakes that hot goaltending is hiding. I do think that's been the case for some of this run. I think this weekend, like I said, they played pretty well defensively. Goaltending didn't have to do a ton this weekend, but I do think, you've just got to naturally expect that your goaltending at some point is going to come back down to earth a little bit. Like I said, right now their 5-on-5 save percentage is at 96% over the last 5 games or last 8 games. That's pretty ridiculous. So it's not going to stay to that level for the rest of this run here. The question is, when it does come down, can you still continue to find ways to collect points and to win games? If you can, then I think you feel even better about this team, because hopefully if you get into the playoffs, your goaltending can get back up to that level for a series or two. And then maybe you are cooking with gas at that point. But I think I would not expect the goaltending to remain this good for too much longer. This is a ridiculous level of goaltending that they've gotten over the last 8 games.
Right.
It's just not sustainable.
And if it does, then maybe is it possible at this point in a goaltender's career? Is it possible? And we're talking about, this is really Saros' 5th season of being at least a pretty regular contributing backup goalie / starter, to take it up a notch. permanently.
I mean, he's only 25.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not saying it's out of the realm of possibility. I feel like we've seen stretches like this from Saros before. And it's look, I don't expect him to play like this all the time. Like I said, this is a different level of goaltending. What you can't have are stretches like this and then stretches that go too far the other way where your save percentage is hovering around like 848 over an 8-game stretch. Like your floor needs to be somewhere in the middle as to where it's been. That's when I think you can be a really good starting goaltender in this league. And right now, I think there has been too much variation as to what Saros has been. He's either been really, really good or not very good at all. There needs to be some sort of middle ground, I think.
So he needs to raise the floor.
Needs to raise the floor.
Not necessarily the ceiling or the roof.
Yes, just raise the floor.
Raise the floor.
The ceiling is the roof.
That's right. Thank you, MJ. At SilverJojo08 on Twitter says, points are points. I don't think they're a good team, and Dallas has a lot of games in hand, but it's not impossible that they sneak in. Not terribly confident in them doing anything if they make it in the playoffs, though. So I think that could be a popular sentiment among Predators fans. When we come back, we will switch gears and get into another wild weekend of the NCAA tournament. Some crazy finishes, some overtime action yesterday as well, and it's been a lot of fun to watch. We'll discuss it next. This is Robby and Rexrode here on ESPN 102.5 The Game. Welcome back in, Robby and Rexrode here on ESPN 102.5 The Game. Robby Stanley, Joe Rexrode, Ryan Porth here with you on this Monday morning in Nashville, Tennessee. Streaming live on Periscope, on YouTube, and on Twitch as well. Joe, another great weekend of basketball in the NCAA tournament. Arkansas with a dramatic win over Oral Roberts. A great game yesterday between UCLA and Alabama. Gonzaga rolling as they have been all season long. The action continues to pour in, and I think maybe, at least in my opinion, maybe the most surprising result of the weekend, Oregon State continues to just chug right along, a 65-58 win over Loyola Chicago. So you feel great about Loyola Chicago. They take down Illinois, and then all of a sudden Oregon State, the Pac-12, they continue to just march on.
Loyola, the rare, maybe the first time ever in this tournament, right? And unless you go back to the early 60s, they were like the favorite. Everybody's talking about them. We're talking about them. They're going to go win this thing. They didn't look too comfortable in that role.
They did not.
Did you respond to Jared, by the way?
No.
You just ignored him?
No. Yes.
Is that what you do?
Typically on Twitter. On the weekends, yes, I ignore a lot of people.
Like Jared and I got in this big text brawl over this because, Jared's like.
But this is what you do. You can't get away.
Well, I wasn't trying to start a text fight. He tweets at me and then texts me.
Okay.
He has actually challenged me, by the way, to a takeoff for a year.
Okay. Regarding what? Just everything?
So I'm gonna find this. He has challenged me, and he said if we spent 1 year making takes and keeping score, I beat you by at least 50%.
Wow.
Like if you're 40% right, I'd be 80%. This is how delusional he is.
That's impressive.
So I said, no, it'd be higher than that because you think all your takes are right. Like he tweeted us that this is clearly like Wayne. This proves that Wayne Tinkle's a better coach than Rick Barnes. One run in the tournament for Wayne Tinkle.
Yeah,
proves he's a better coach than Rick. So I don't.
Look, Wayne Tinkle's a great coach, man.
Yes, I don't know where to go from here. But regardless, good job, Wayne Tinkle.
Yes.
And they are one of the – is that the surprise? What's the surprise left? I mean, Oral Roberts
it was a great
really
game.
Almost beat Arkansas. That was one of the best. I mean, Asimus, who I finally can say his name right, he got a good look, man. He got a good look from three, and it was just not there, or else they advance. I think you're probably right. I wasn't surprised that Houston, beat Syracuse. I wasn't surprised. Baylor really, I thought, looked like a championship team in the second half against Nova.
Michigan rolled against Florida State.
Which, by the way, this is the first tournament with no ACC in the Elite Eight since 2014. Also, I think it's the second time ever that there's been 3 Pac-12 teams in the Elite Eight. Pretty amazing.
Yeah.
7 of the final 8 teams are west of the Mississippi.
Yeah.
Yeah, see,
as Chris Felica put out last night.
That's a great stat, and really, I need the context on that one. When the last time that happened, but man, the game UCLA Alabama yesterday was. That was the only good game, right? Michigan rolled, Gonzaga rolled, USC kicked Oregon's butt.
Yeah,
but UCLA Alabama, and that's one of the stories too. Is UCLA playing team. And they're here, and Bama hits that 3.
You kind of called this, didn't you, Porth? With UCLA?
Well, I called them
because
beating
of your
BYU.
affinity for Mick Cronin?
Yeah, and then Mick Cronin last night after the game is quoted as saying, I've been on the other side of this, and it's been excruciating. I'm like, yep, it has been excruciating.
Yes, it has, friend.
When you were at Cincinnati, you were on the other side of this way too often, and yes, it was excruciating. Thank you, Mick Cronin.
Do you
a little bit of hostility there from Porth.
So never took the Bearcats to the Elite Eight.
Yeah. Well, UCLA fans right now may be, speaking of Rick Barnes, may be pretty happy the way that turned out. Not getting Rick Barnes, getting Mick Cronin. Do you have Mick Cronin regret now? Do you miss him? Do you feel did you not appreciate him enough as the head coach of Cincinnati?
I liked Mick Cronin when he was the coach at Cincinnati. This was no Dusty Baker situation where I hated Dusty Baker's guts in the last year that he was the Reds manager. I appreciated Mick Cronin. I hated seeing him leave, especially now that there's a mutiny towards their new coach after 2 years.
Is he going to survive?
It's like a new Pirates of the Caribbean movie.
I think he is, but if they miss the tournament again next year, then
how can you survive with all your players leaving? Will they have 4 or 5 players in the portal?
And not just leaving, but also
turning against him.
Yeah, turning on him. That's not a good sign, man.
No.
But there have been players that have come out and defended him.
Okay.
So
just checking in on you. Mick Cronin down in the Elite Eight with UCLA.
look, I'm
Got to give
happy
Bill
for
Walton
him.
credit.
Dude.
Bill Walton, some foresight on the Pac-12, the Conference of Champions.
Conference of Champions.
Yes.
That's a bad Bill Walton. But, man, they absolutely – I tweeted this, and I believe it. They should add him to the Final Four broadcast. Let him have some of his favorite types of brownies before the broadcast.
Yes.
Let's wind him up and let him go. I mean, he's got to be just in his –
Do you think he even knows what's going on?
Absolutely.
Okay, just checking.
He has moments of clarity. I love Bill Walton. Like, if you ever have a chance to listen, I remember when Bill Walton did NBA broadcasts in the 90s, and I really, really hated him.
Yeah.
And he hadn't really found the goofy side yet. He was just, terrible pass. He was just, it was an awful play, But now he's found this hilarious, I guess like himself on the air, and I never miss a Bill Walton broadcast if it's on Pac-12 After Dark. But I didn't realize they were that good at basketball. Apparently they are.
He did.
Yeah, he did. I mean, Bama hits that 3 yesterday, and that's a tough one for Bama fans. And I know, poor Bama fans.
Yeah, I feel real bad for him.
Did you see them crying in the stands?
Yes. Like, give it a couple of months. You'll be fine.
But for the Alabama basketball fan, I have a friend. I mean, our buddy Munson is a Bama basketball guy.
Yeah.
I have a good friend who is he's just wanted them to be good at basketball forever. And man, this
Tired
team
of winning those football national championships.
Yeah, no, I mean, if you think of it in those terms, no sympathy. But I love that team. I really wanted to see Bama Michigan. I think that could have been a special game. And they hit the 3 at the buzzer, and it's like, it's going to be the reverse of UCLA Michigan State, right?
Yeah.
UCLA finds a way to get to overtime against Michigan State. A lot of times the team that gets to overtime, shockingly, they have the juice to win in overtime. But UCLA just came right out and said, okay. And meanwhile, Alabama, one of the greatest shooting teams in the country,
might need some free throw practice.
11 for 25. Herb Jones missing both of those at the end. Ooh, brutal, man. But
I will say the
tournament.
possession before that, though, I think it was a pretty clear charge. UCLA got away with it.
I mean, if you're going to call all the charges you call as a college basketball official, that was textbook. He was there for
like a second and a half.
I mean, you have to, and it's just, and we talk about officiating.
Yep.
I kind of agree with maybe don't call the ticky-tack foul late to decide the game. Maybe let a little bit more contact go. But you have to call obvious calls still.
Yeah.
You're not deciding the game. They're deciding the game.
By the way, shout out to Tiger Campbell on UCLA. He went to CPA.
Yeah.
Good
Congrats.
call.
Yeah.
And Tiger Campbell is the one with the just huge,
brilliant hair.
head of dreadlocks.
His hair weighs more than he does.
Yes.
Because he's a small guy. By the way, Memphis won the NIT yesterday.
Yes.
So does that?
Are Memphis fans, are they happy about that?
Well, it's the thing. It's like, well, you want to play. Hey, if you're going to get in that tournament, you want to win. You want to play. You help guys get better, right? But then, next year, is it going to be like NIT champion, Penny Hart? No one don't mention it.
Yeah.
Don't mention we were in the NIT.
So let me ask you this. Which Elite Eight matchup intrigues you the most? Is it Gonzaga, USC, Baylor, Arkansas, Oregon State, Houston, or Michigan and UCLA?
Baylor,
That's 4 pretty good ones.
It is, and the 2 that I'm most excited about are the ones that are.
Yeah, 9:30 tips.
Do you guys like how this is? I mean, the setup this year.
Not really.
I like the Sweet 16 games on their own versus 2 at once.
Yeah.
But this is garbage. I mean, we're talking about 9 o'clock Arkansas Baylor, and then tonight, and then Michigan UCLA tomorrow. Those games are. I mean, I'll tell you what. I'm pretty excited about Gonzaga USC.
I think it's gonna be a good
USC is they've got dudes.
Yeah.
And they've got maybe the number 2 pick in Mobley, Evan Mobley.
Yeah.
And they've got swagger right now.
They do. So I feel like we might get a really good one there. Meanwhile, Wayne Tinkle
just
keep
rolling
keep
along.
on rolling.
Could be a Final Four for Wayne
Tinkle train. Get on the Tinkle train.
Let's go back to the text line driven by WilsonCountyHyundai.com. Got a texture that says, we need a boxing match between Rexrode and Stillman for the best show. There's a lot of pressure on you, though, if these things happen.
What do you mean?
Because you're going to be expected to handle your business if this is a boxing match between you and Stillman. What if he upsets you?
Like if we actually had a boxing match? Yeah, I mean, my reach is pretty good. I mean, I don't have much going for me, but like I can just sort of, the reach. Reach is big. I would never want to get into a boxing match with anyone.
I don't know what the time limit would be, like in terms of how long the match would last, but I would take the under just based on you both would be gassed 15 seconds in.
Well, exactly. I've never boxed, but I've been told that like a round of boxing is like playing 24 straight hours of basketball. Yeah. So, yeah, no thanks. But should I – see, I would take him on in this takeoff, but there's got to be a
reward.
Well, there's got to be an independent arbiter because, I mean, according to Jared, like every take that he has eventually turns. Like I told him in our text battle, I was like, it's like your Clowney take. I give you credit, but also your point was that they signed Vic Beasley. So why would they need to sign anyone else? So really, was it a good take? Really?
There probably would need to be some sort of independent arbiter in this. CD on our text line.
We might need a whole panel, like a board.
Maybe so. CD on our text line, driven by WilsonCountyHyundai.com, says he's got $1,000 on Jared in the boxing match. That is disrespect.
The boxing match?
Disrespect.
Who said this?
CD.
I'm going to kick your butt too, CD.
When we come back, we'll get into another thing that grinds Joe Rexrode's gears that apparently NFL players agree with wholeheartedly. That's next. This is Robby and Rexrode live from the wholesaling studio powered by RumbleOn.com here on ESPN 102.5 The Game. Welcome back in, hour number 2 of Robby and Rexrode here on ESPN 102.5 The Game. Robby Stanley, Joe Rexrode, Ryan Porth here with you on this Monday morning in Nashville, Tennessee, taking your thoughts all show long on our text line driven by WilsonCountyHyundai.com, 615-737-1025, 615-737-1025. We'll have Corey Curtis from News 2 joining the show at 8 o'clock. Darren McFarland, host of Darren Donica Chase, that you can hear weekdays from 10 to 2 here on ESPN 102.5 The Game. He'll join us at 9 o'clock to get into the latest with the Nashville Predators. The Preds back in a playoff spot after a big weekend in Chicago. We'll get more into that coming up here throughout the show today. So going back to our conversation in the last segment, Buck and Gator on YouTube says, no way Stillman isn't gassed from the introductions. My money is on Rexrode all night in that boxing match. So now money coming in on you as well.
And so CD sent in
crying laughing face.
Yeah, you're going to be crying, CD. All right, I need to stop challenging listeners. I need to stop threatening listeners with violence.
Oh, goodness. I'd pay a lot of money
yourself.
to
Watch your back,
you
CD.
Heads up, CD. Watch out. Joe, some news yesterday. Speaking of things that make you angry and potentially even violent, the 17-game NFL schedule is about to happen in the NFL. That coming out yesterday, and the reaction on social media from NFL players was, I think, about what you would expect. Alvin Kamara, very upset about the 17-game schedule. And it's not like these guys haven't known that it was coming, but now that it's about to be made official, Adrian Amos was vocal on Twitter. Darius Slay was vocal on Twitter about it as well. Lots of negative reaction from a player's perspective to the 17-game schedule. And a lot of talk yesterday about, all right, if you're going to have the 17-game schedule, why are you not going to put in another bye week at this point? Like, why are you just going, instead of going, playing 16 out of 17 weeks, now going to 17 out of 18 without an additional bye week? That was a very popular topic of conversation on Twitter yesterday. So the players, very negative in their reaction, even though we all knew that this was coming. Now that it's officially going to happen, players not too happy about the 17-game schedule. They got that in common with you.
Well, all of a sudden I can't get anything to load on my computer, but I saw the headline that said Kamara says dumb.
Yeah.
And I was like, that's a great word. A couple questions on that, though. I believe this had to be collectively bargained. Am I wrong about that?
Yeah. I mean, Adrian Amos on Twitter said,
yeah.
I mean, we really let this happen, quote.
Yeah. So that's something to always keep in mind. I agree. I mean, look, to answer your question, Robby, so they're adding the game, and they're not adding the bye week. Right. You know why? Because it's all about TV.
Sure.
Because they don't want it too early here. They don't want it too late here, et cetera, et cetera. It's all about the TV inventory. It's all about greed. It's about money. It's not about player safety. They don't give a crap about player safety. They talk about player safety because they got sued because guys were turning their brains to mush playing this game. And then they turn around and do this and, again, demonstrate how hypocritical they are. But the players, are also at the table.
Yeah.
And so that's something to keep in mind. It's just like the Thursday night games. I think that's a bad player safety move to have teams do that. But, again, the players bargained to do that. And, you basically you sweeten the pot enough and you can get the other side to agree to do it. So you have to keep that in mind on this. All the players complaining like, well, talk to your rep, man.
Yeah.
But it's stupid. It's terribly stupid. We don't need it. I'm not saying, again, it's like I'm a hypocrite if I talk about bowl games because that's one of my big things I shoot down every year is people complain about the Poulon Weed Eater Independence Bowl or the Beef O'Brady. It's like, well, it's either football or no football. Which would you prefer? Do you want more football or less football? But I think from the fan perspective, you're going back to 1978. Yep. This is by far in the history of the league the longest stretch of one thing. And I do. I think that individual records are cherished and mean a lot, and now they're all getting screwed up.
I agree. That's the thing that upsets me the most. Like, again, I love football. When there's more football, just from the fan and the viewer standpoint of me, I'll be watching on week 18 or whatever it is. Like, I'll be watching more football. It's just the way it is. But from the record standpoint, like, getting to 2,000 yards like Derrick Henry just did, it's a big deal. I mean, it's less of a big deal now with one game added to it. I mean, throwing for 5,000 yards in the NFL, it used to be a big deal. Now it kind of happens every year. But, I mean, these records that we've talked about for so long and the 16-game schedule that we've had, those are way less meaningful now to me. Because, I mean, you're going to have, like, at some point, it could be Derrick Henry next year. I don't know. But, like, at some point, the single-season rushing record by Eric Dickerson is going to get broke. And does it mean anything if it's 17 games? I mean, it's interesting. This is, to me, like you said, since 1978, you've had the same amount of games on the schedule. It's become a part of watching football, 16 games, even having a perfect season, even though it doesn't happen very often. I mean, the Patriots, they go 16-0. You find your way to the Super Bowl. Like, those records, I think, are sacred in the NFL, and now you've got to view them through an entirely different lens.
And it's just, look, I didn't even really like the move to expand the playoffs, but I thought it worked out pretty. I mean, like the triple header,
it's pretty good.
It was pretty good. So that's fine. I think playoff expansion gets out of hand too. Like in baseball, I think it's way out of hand. You know, I just I think that some things you need to try to keep a little bit close to tradition. But fine, add another team to the playoffs. That's fine. This is just stupid. And again, like even. I mean, the jokes about Jeff Fisher, you know, you can't. There's no more 8-8 coaches ever in the history of the league, you know.
Does this mean Jeff Fisher Day is now August 9th or September 8th? That's something that we need to figure out.
But
I go August 9th.
Well, his time
remains.
He remains in a time capsule of 8 and 8, so it's still August 8th,
look,
right?
He's putting his name out there all over the place. He could get back into coaching.
That's true.
I think at one point he was willing to accept like the Ellis Middle School coaching job in Hendersonville.
Really?
Just throw it out there, yeah.
Runner up for that?
He's trying to get back in there.
By the way, totally off topic, did you guys see that Matt Figger left Austin Peay?
Yeah.
For UTRVG?
Yeah, there's a lot of letters in there, yeah.
That's an interesting not move up, I don't think. But anyway, so actually this is great. The tweet from Kamara is actually better than even the headline. It's bleep dumb as hell.
Yes.
Good for you.
Yeah, that was generally the reaction from NFL players yesterday on social media. And look, I think the other part about this is we know it's not the final step. Like, they're going to get to 18 games at some point. Like, I don't know if it's going to be 5 years from now or 10 years from now or when it's going to be. But at some point, they're going to get to 18 games. And if you don't have an additional bye week tossed in for an 18-game schedule, if you're a player, like, how could you let that happen? Like, that's got to be something that you stand your ground on, because they're going to get there at some point. Like, 18 games is going to happen. You've got to find a way to have multiple bye weeks here.
No question. So Torrey Smith tweets, 17 games is great for money, but they're going to have to adjust practices and what a regular offseason looks like. Dudes were already falling apart playing 16.
Yeah.
End quote. So George Atala, who's part of the NFLPA, tweets, tweets back at him, there will be automatic changes to the offseason and in-season workout schedules as a result. And that's fine, but like it's like what you hear from guys. I mean, just if you're around an NFL team that goes through this season, by the end, everybody's hurt. A lot of guys aren't even practicing, and it's the games that get you. I mean, they've done so much to scale back practices. It's when you are flying around on those Sundays. You can adjust the workouts and take contact out of practice altogether if you want, and it's still every time out is a massive collision injury event.
It absolutely is. So it's just going to be interesting to see how they monitor that. What you're worried about, I think, if you're an NFL fan, is does the quality of play in the playoffs get affected by this? Like, are guys more injured than they typically would be? Are guys unavailable that typically would be available heading into the week? Because you got to remember, it's not even just adding another game. You've also taken a bye away from one team in the playoffs too. There's just one team in each conference that gets the bye. So there's been more rest involved in the past for more teams, maybe some time for players to heal up. And now in more ways than one, you've taken that away from some teams. Unless you're the top seed, you can still get that bye, but you're talking about one team in each conference at that point.
Yeah, and you don't want fewer great players playing in these games.
Exactly. So we knew it was going to happen, and now it is about to become official in the NFL that the 17-game schedule appears to be taking place this year. When we come back, we'll continue the conversation on the NFL and look ahead to the draft and how it relates to the Tennessee Titans as well. We'll do that next, but right now, I got to tell you about my friends at FanDuel Sportsbook, and there's always that one team that ruins your bracket. This year, it's been several teams that's taken place with, and that's why this year I've been betting the tournament on FanDuel Sportsbook, America's #1 sportsbook, because on FanDuel, your first bet is risk-free, and it doesn't matter if you're betting on a team like Gonzaga or a team like UCLA. New users get up to $1,000 in site credit back if your first bet doesn't win, and FanDuel's got odds on all the action with games day and night, an easy-to-use app, multiple deposits and fast withdrawals, and always-on promotions. Your next chance to win with FanDuel is only minutes away. So if that's not enough, FanDuel also wants to make you a millionaire. I'm talking to you. They're giving away $1 million to one lucky bettor, and new and existing users get an additional shot at the payout every single day that you bet on the tourney. So if you want a shot at becoming a millionaire or even a thousandaire, download the FanDuel Sportsbook app. Just use promo code ROB so they know that I sent you. That's FanDuel Sportsbook, promo code ROB. You must be 21 or older and present in Tennessee. No purchase necessary. Restrictions apply for $1 million drawing. Risk-free offer for first online real money wager only. Site credit is non-withdrawable and expires 14 days after receipt. Terms apply. See sportsbook.fanduel.com for details. For problem gambling support, call 1-800-889-9789. .1025 The Game is kicking off every weekend with some free beer.
Free beer! beer.
And who doesn't love free beer? Make sure you're tuning in all day on Friday for your chance to win a $25 gift card from Bavarian Beer House, located at Opry Mills Mall. The weekly wonderful trivia question from Ryan Porth taking place on Friday. We're already looking forward to it. Preparation has already begun for Ryan Porth. The research, another great trivia question. So we'll have that coming up for you on Friday. Welcome back in. Robby and Rexrode here on ESPN 102.5 The Game. Talking all things NFL draft. And, Joe, you did an interesting exercise at The Athletic where you basically did an entire draft, a mock draft for the Titans, all 7 rounds, which Godspeed to you going through the entire drafting process. That's impressive dedication on your part.
9 picks.
That's a lot of picks.
9
You're going deep into some prospects.
Yeah. And, well, if you look at the story on theathletic.com, you will see the picture.
Yeah, very unsurprising picture.
I picked that photo.
I'm sure you did.
Oh, wait a minute. You know what? Looked like Mitch Late changed my photo. Come on, Mitch. I had a sweet picture of Rondale Moore, like, lighting up Ohio State. Everybody remembers that game, I would assume, from his freshman year, 2018.
Oh, yeah.
It's a long time ago. Just lighting up Ohio State. I had a great picture of an Ohio State tackler, like, diving to the ground. And Mitch changes it to like him against Rutgers. I don't care that he had a good run against Rutgers.
We're talking about Ohio State here.
Come on, Mitch.
Well, I
put my editor on blast.
I'm not surprised that you've taken Rondale Moore in this draft.
Well,
I'm surprised that you didn't take him in the first round.
That's the larger point. You know darn well that I'm going to draft Rondale Moore in my little fantasy draft.
That's right.
So, yes, Rondale Moore. I guess I probably can't sit here and like say every pick.
No.
But yes, I will tell you Rondale Moore, and I'll tell you too, I was probably a little bit optimistic with my first round pick based on, when he runs a 4.39, 41.5-inch vertical. J.C. Horn of South Carolina to me is, I think, a coveted player.
Yeah.
Maybe John Robinson and Mike Vrabel went to his pro day and came away saying, I don't know about that. Nah.
I doubt it.
Let's go work with Trey Smith a little bit on some hand placement. Yeah. By the way, did you see Vrabel's tweet? That was pretty great.
Yes, that was pretty good.
That was pretty great.
Yes.
Calling out Luan, saying, hey, we're out here looking for players.
Even left tackles.
Left tackles. And he did the little eye emoji. Yeah, Vrabel. Vrabel's a little more young and hip than we give him credit for, huh?
Vrabel just scoping the mean streets of Twitter.
Yeah, he never tweets, but
he's on there.
Yeah. Anybody who uses the little eye emoji,
or watch out.
He knows what he's doing. But yeah, I think that Vrabel, Robinson were there. They've been barnstorming, going around to pro days, and I look at this draft and the Titans situation. I feel like if they're sticking or going to be around there, I think corners is the way to go, and I think Greg Newsome is probably a good backup. And look, they may like him better than Horn. But Horn is an intriguing player for sure. Joe Horn's kid, of course. Playing for an okay team. He got torched by those Bama guys. But,
get in line.
Yeah, get in line. I mean, Christian Fulton had some great snaps against those Bama guys and some bad ones. I mean, you play that position in that league, you're going to have some bad moments. But, the big thing for J.C. Horn, he just totally not just shut down Seth Williams of Auburn, but, pushed him around too, and he's really good at pressing. And so if that's something the Titans want to do more, want to get more aggressive, I think J.C. Horn would be perfect.
Well, we had Jim Nagy on a couple of weeks ago just talking about J.C. Horn, but also he brought up Newsome on his own as well and talked about how those two guys may be his favorite 2 corners in the draft. So it's interesting, J.C. Horn's getting a lot of pub right now, and maybe he is gone by 22, but if Newsome's there, still could get a really good player at cornerback with the first-round pick.
Right. I mean, most people have projected, Caleb Farley from Virginia Tech, who now has the back thing, which kind of throws him into question a little bit, and then Patrick Surtain as the top 2.
Yep.
But maybe J.C. Horn is – I don't know. I don't know how much his pro day moves him up. I know that a lot of pro day 40 times look awfully good.
They did. And pro day, I think, a little bit more tilted towards your success as well. Zach Wilson slinging the ball around the other day at BYU. Dan Orlovsky was just in awe on Twitter about Zach Wilson and his pro day. So the pro days can help you a lot if you're set up the right way.
Speaking of eye emojis, I think Orlovsky tweeted like 20 eye emojis during that pro day.
Yeah, he was fired up about it.
Like all in one tweet, or he kept tweeting them?
I think he had multiple tweets with 20 eye emojis.
Yeah.
I'm exaggerating, but he's a big fan.
I'm shocked that Zach Wilson impressed on his pro day.
Yes.
So, by the way, Jets are going to take him? Is that what we're thinking here?
Probably.
And meanwhile, the Niners make a huge move here.
Yeah.
And get into the third spot.
Do we think they're taking quarterback? They've said no. They said Jimmy's their guy this year.
Well, no, but that's not a no. They said Jimmy's their guy, but yes, they're going to take a quarterback.
Yes.
And I know a lot of people look at that and be like, well, that's just crazy. No way. But I mean, that is actually how the NFL has been for most of its history, that you don't just immediately lean on. I mean, this is a team that's built to win.
Yeah.
So how does Jimmy G react to, now some people say, well, maybe it'll be a more like ready guy like Mac Jones, if that's truly what he is.
Mac Jones moving up to third, huh?
Yeah, I have a hard time buying that. But I think that right now, I think they're going to draft a QB, and they're going to have Jimmy G this year. And basically, you can prove yourself. I mean,
going the Mahomes route.
Yeah, it worked out okay for them.
It did.
Redshirting. How many guys have redshirted and have become great quarterbacks? Aaron Rodgers, Drew Brees, Tom Brady. There's three, along with Mahomes. It kind of works out for you if you can make it happen.
Who's the third quarterback that's going to be taken? Because right now it seems pretty clear that Lawrence is number one and Zach Wilson is going to be the number 2 quarterback. Is it going to be Trey Lance? Is it going to be Justin Fields? Does somebody else move up? I don't know. I mean, that's to me an interesting question. I mean, Trey Lance, you're playing at a really small school and the quality of competition is not great, but everybody that's out there says he's going to be a really good player at the NFL level. Like I'm interested to see who that number 3 quarterback would be.
I found the timing of that draft pick trade-a-palooza on Friday interesting, coming right after the Zach Wilson pro day where the Niners trade up to number 3.
Yeah.
And if they're trading up to number 3 to get Zach Wilson because they loved his pro day so much, they may not even get him at number 3.
No. I think that they know that the Jets are going to take him too. So I don't know who it will be, but, man, I would make it Justin Fields, I just think the ceiling for him
Do you think he's being slept on a little bit in this draft?
Yeah.
Like even when it comes to Zach Wilson and Trey Lance, I think is a different category, but even like Zach Wilson, he looks really good. And you ask Chris Sims, he's like an Aaron Rodgers, Patrick Mahomes combo quarterback. So I think you'll take that if you're the Jets. But do we feel like maybe people are sleeping on Justin Fields a little bit too much?
I do. And again, I think it's like, I think there's so much emphasis on, can you come right in right now and go?
Yeah.
And how many guys can actually do that? So I think that because to me, Justin Fields he's had 2 years as a starter, and that's one like half year, right?
Yeah.
So there's still a long way to go to hit his ceiling, and it is high. It is really high. So if someone else right now, like again, so Matt Jones, I saw that thrown around a lot after the trade. Well, they're going to get rid of Jimmy G, and so who is the quarterback who's most ready to come right in? And I don't know if it really is Mac Jones or not. I guess you could say he's more polished. He looked great in that offense. My gosh, it'd be hard not to. He's very good. And I think he's probably a first-round pick. But I'd rather take the QB who is going to grow into being like a perennial all-pro. Maybe. We don't know anything. I mean, all these guys can be busts. I think Justin Fields has the potential to be a great quarterback in the NFL.
And a lot of how this conversation goes, too, is the situation that you land in. And think about this now. You're going from Jacksonville at number 1, which we all know Trevor Lawrence is going to go there. I don't think it's a great situation with that franchise. I'm not convinced Urban Meyer is a great situation either. Then the Jets, that kind of speaks for itself, even though I do like the coaching hire that they made. And then the 49ers, who were injury-riddled last year. I think Kyle Shanahan's a really good coach. Like, you could be really good this year if you're San Francisco and you stay healthy. You've got to get better quarterback play, and Jimmy G's got to be better. But, I mean, Jimmy G wasn't, phenomenal a couple of years ago, and they found their way to the Super Bowl. That roster is really, really good. So the situation, it's not like the number 3 overall pick this year that you're going to an awful situation like you typically would be. Like, the Niners could be really good, again, in the NFC next year if they stay healthy.
No doubt. Now, if I'm a Niners fan, I understand the fan perspective of, can we get a major difference maker somewhere else then?
Right.
And try to win it this year and just go with Jimmy? Like, I understand the whole –
like, they need a receiver.
If you're drafting for the future QB, right. And you could get all kind, but boy, you didn't move up to 3 to get one of those receivers, right?
Unless you just love
like
Jamar Chase.
Yeah. So I get that too. I mean, that's how you look at it these days is, okay, either you're going with the rookie or the quarterback on the rookie contract, or if you have someone who, I mean, Jimmy G was one bad throw from winning the Super Bowl for them, right? He missed that throw.
Yep.
You take one throw that he hits, and they win that game. It's interesting, too, how the McVay, Shanahan, they've gotten to Super Bowl with 2 guys, which a lot of teams around this league would love to get the Super Bowl and would think pretty highly of their QB if they did, but they've both upgraded. And I get it, but I think the Niners, with Jimmy G, with those guys healthy, because they were so banged up, especially offensive skill, I think that they could Bosa back and all. I mean, they could be awfully good.
When we come back, we'll continue the discussion on the draft and how it relates to the Tennessee Titans and ask the question, how early is too early for the Titans to begin looking at the tight end position? That's coming up next. This is Robby and Rexrode here on ESPN 102.5 The Game. When the Preds have a weekday game this season, it's your chance to participate in Preds Pick to Click, brought to you by New Amsterdam Vodka. If you guess a Preds player that scores a goal in the game that night, you'll win a prize pack. The next chance to participate is tomorrow morning at 8:45, which I'm sure everyone is just anticipating greatly.
Cannot
Let's
wait.
See who I'll pick.
Cannot wait to see you pick Eric Holla tomorrow.
Yeah, me looking good. Mute.
Now I'm just not going to talk.
Okay.
What did I have last week? What was my total last week?
I didn't keep a running tally, but it wasn't that great. Yeah.
All week?
Yeah. 2 or 3. You're already off to a good start this week.
And I was just going to not rip you on Preg's Pick to Click. Now I will. You suck.
Thank you. Thank you. Can't wait to see who I pick tomorrow. We'll see how that goes. You'll have your opportunity as a listener at 8:45.
6510 still, right?
Yeah.
6510.
65-10.
Man.
I hold up the 0. See how that goes.
The mighty Porth with 1.
Yes. What a guy. Talking Titans right now, taking your reaction on our text line, driven by WilsonCountyHyundai.com, 615-737-1025, 615-737-1025. Joe Rexrode has come out with a complete 7-round mock draft for the Titans at The Athletic. And the question that I think is a very interesting one for the Titans in here is, with the needs that you have at wide receiver, at cornerback, and now with Jonnu Smith gone at tight end, how early is too early to start looking at tight end? Because we've thrown out different examples in the past. I mean, he found George Kittle, I believe, in the 5th round. Travis Kelce, I believe, was a 3rd-round selection. Jonnu Smith was a 3rd-round selection. So you can find some really good tight ends later in the draft. But obviously, right now, you look at the offense, that's a pretty big need for the Titans and a glaring hole for the Titans now that Jonnu Smith is not there. So my question to you, Joe Rexrode, is when you balance the hole that's left behind with Jonnu Smith with the needs on other parts of the roster, how early is too early to start looking at tight end if you're the Titans?
Tight end's a weird position, I think, in this draft. And I think that there's one tight end, and this is not who I had the Titans picking, but there's one tight end who I think has, at the top end of the draft, who has everything you want, and that would be Pat Freiermuth of Penn State. Yeah, anybody who has watched him play, he's
obviously besides Kyle Pitts.
Well, Kyle, yeah, I'm not even.
Yeah, well, that's not gonna happen.
But honestly, with Kyle Pitts, even. I mean, Kyle Pitts is basically like the hybrid slot receiver tight end, right? And just a ridiculous one at that. But for the Titans, from the Titans' perspective, I could see them being more interested in like a block first tight end as TE1. Yep. You know? Like, so for example, Tommy Tremble from Notre Dame, who is big, powerful. Some people think he's by far the best blocking tight end in the whole draft. Mid-round kind of guy. Not a ton of – he was Notre Dame's number 2 tight end. So not a ton of receiving production, but maybe a guy who fits this team. Now, the guy I threw in there for them to pick was the 3rd round, and Brevin Jordan of Miami, who is – a very talented pass catcher. 38, 576, 15.2 per catch, 7 touchdowns this year, but not known as a great blocker. So, and I don't know. It's a tough call. Now, I feel like a guy like that could improve because you are allowed to come in the NFL and work at things and improve. This does happen.
Not a popular
concept. People
don't
think it does, but it does happen. So, I think maybe I would opt for the guy who has demonstrated some serious downfield ability and try to work on the blocking versus the other way around, but I don't know.
Well, it's not like when Jonnu Smith came into the league, like he was just this mauler on the line. Like he was really good at receiving.
He got a lot better.
He could catch some passes, but he had to work to be able to play in this offense and to be able to block. Like that was an ongoing process. Now he got to the point where he's really good at it by the time his Titans career ended here. But that was not like it was a day one Jonnu Smith came in and you're like, oh, look at this guy. He can hang in there and block really well.
Well, it's like Michael Pruitt, who until he signs somewhere else, and if he If he has and I missed it, I apologize, but I don't think he has.
Yeah, I haven't seen it.
Until he does, I still think there's a chance he ends up back here. But there's an example of a guy who came into the league as a big-time receiving guy who, when he was in Houston and Vrabel was there and he was on the practice squad, basically like to stay in the league, he had to work his butt off to become a good blocker. And he became a good enough blocker that the Titans grabbed him when Delaney Walker broke his ankle in that 2018 opener, and he's really been a really nice pickup for the last 3 seasons. So there's another example. I mean, you can – that's why I think I would drift toward the guy with demonstrated receiving production. But, again, Tommy Tremble, that guy could, in the right situation with opportunities, maybe end up being a nice pass-catching tight end too. Certainly a crusher at that position is nice for this offense.
Well, it is, and especially when you factor in that, Anthony Firkser is a good player. I'm not sure that high-level blocker would be the way to describe Anthony Firkser at this point. So you don't want him to lose out on that totally. You go out and bring in a tight end that not very good at blocking, can receive really well, and you feel good about that. But you need to have some blocking from that position. Like, it can't just be Jeff Swaim out there blocking all the time.
Yeah, they love to go 2 tight end. You got to have – I think that they had enough with Pruitt and Swaim and Jonnu. But so now 2 of those 3 are gone.
Right.
So there are other guys too. There's other guys on this roster who are more on the inline, variety. Parker Hesse, I think I'm saying his name right. Tommy Hudson, those guys have kind of, been practice squad, things like that. You can find tight ends. You can find people who can block. But I do think that this draft, there's a lot of things to invest in, but I think a tight end who can play this year is worth going pretty high for.
I think it is too, and obviously with Jonnu Smith gone, that's a big hole. Like, I think Ryan Tannehill is very comfortable with Anthony Firkser, and I still think he's going to be a big part of the passing game this year. But it's a shame we didn't get to see, I think, Jonnu Smith to his full potential last season, because if I'm Todd Downing and you bring in the right guy and you can get back to being really dangerous at tight end, to me that's a big point of this offense. Like, it's obvious at this point A.J. Brown's going to command a lot of attention. You've got to find somebody to go over the middle and be a threat, especially like if you get through the draft and you don't really find that guy that's excellent in the slot. Like, you don't necessarily have to if you're the Titans, but it would sure be nice to have somebody that you feel really good about going over the middle, whether that's Anthony Firkser, whether you add to that with another pick in the draft at the tight end position as well. Like, you've got to have your quarterback be able to work the middle of the field. That's an essential part of this offense.
Yes. Now, you put Rondale Moore in the slot.
Yeah, buddy.
Watch out. Who's tackling him ever? Probably no one.
Rondale Moore after the catch, A.J. Brown after the catch.
I might have to get a Rondale Moore Purdue jersey.
They have to. Hang up in here.
Because the Titans probably won't draft him. Someone else will get him, and he'll light up the NFL, and I'll say I told you so. The Colts, that would work out, right? Hometown kid.
Hey, it's on the table. That vertical jump, 42.5. It's pretty good. Pretty good.
In all seriousness, with Rondale Moore, I get like TD brought up last week, the injury question. But honestly, he had a hamstring in 19 that cost him a lot of that season.
Right.
And last year, he just opted out at first, and then he came back. I don't know of any serious injuries with him other than the hammy as a sophomore.
Yeah.
Now, of course, another question on him is route running, but that's what Purdue did with him. He had 35 catches this year for 270 yards.
Yeah.
7.7. It was just dink, dink, dink. That's what they did with him.
Right.
Doesn't mean he can't run routes. Doesn't mean, again, a player can't improve and work on his craft and be better while in the NFL.
Well, you got him going 53rd overall. Do you think he's still there at pick 53? I think there's a chance he may not be.
Yeah, there's a chance. There's a chance he may be there for a while after that. He's one of those guys that's very hard to project. Except for me, I'm projecting him as an NFL star.
That's
There you
right.
go.
That's right. When we come back, we will switch gears and get into a little college football talk. Vanderbilt back in action this weekend. Some news on Tennessee as well. That coming up next. This is Robby and Rexrode here on ESPN 102.5 The Game. Welcome back in, Robby and Rexrode here on ESPN 102.5 The Game. Robby Stanley, Joe Rexrode, Ryan Porth here with you on this Monday morning in Nashville, Tennessee. Streaming live on Periscope, on YouTube, and on Twitch as well. We'll have Corey Curtis coming up from News 2 to begin in the 8 o'clock hour. We'll get into the Titans and the Preds with him. Lots of Preds to get to on the show today as well. Taking your thoughts on our text line, driven by WilsonCountyHyundai.com, 615-737-1025, 615-737-1025. And, Joe, some spring ball underway in the world of college football. Vanderbilt in action over the weekend with their first scrimmage of the spring and the first scrimmage of the Clark Lee era. And you saw an interesting kind of comparison or talking point on Twitter over the weekend, highlighting a certain rivalry with the Vanderbilt Commodores.
Well, first of all, I was going to go to the Vanderbilt scrimmage, but I got vaccinated Friday night. Big, wild Friday night. And didn't feel great Saturday, so I didn't go.
Okay.
But I did see, and I just tweeted this, by the way, perfect timing. So I quote tweeted this. This is from this would have been great information like during football season or like right after the game. CFB home at college football home at CFB home. This is the tweet. Who would you consider to be the most competitive rivalry in college football the past 10 years? Give me Vanderbilt and Tennessee. The series is tied 5-5. They both have 273 points in those 10 games. Vanderbilt has 5 bowl appearances. Tennessee has 4. As a Tennessee fan, right now I see you.
Makes me want to light my shoes on fire.
I mean, the amazing thing about that, too, is it has taken, we're going to rip Jeremy Pruitt for years, but Jeremy Pruitt turned that rivalry around and won the last 2 handily, and it took those 2 for it to be even over 10 years. It took a late run from the Vols to even it up in this series. Your reaction, Tennessee fan?
That's pretty depressing. It's also, I think, very illustrative of where this Tennessee football program is right now. Because when you think about the most competitive rivalries in college football, Vanderbilt and Tennessee, not the first 2 names that come to mind, but when you look at the numbers, 5-5, the same exact amount of points scored, Vanderbilt will 1 more bowl appearance than Tennessee. I think that kind of shows you the work that Josh Heupel and company have laid out for them as they head into spring ball here in Tennessee. We talked the other day about the 4 freshmen that are not part of things right now in spring football. You've got to have all this talent in here and ready to go because this is, I think, a really good kind of teaching point of where this program has gotten to lately. And to your point, Jeremy Pruitt had to even this thing up. Maybe that's what he was good for at Tennessee.
Well, it's not even like it's been. I mean, I guess in 10 years you're going back to the Franklin still, right?
Yes.
But it's not like it's been the most amazing decade for Vanderbilt. I mean, they had some good teams. Derek Mason had a couple really good teams, and they were still thumping Tennessee.
I mean, relatively speaking, it probably has been the most amazing decade for Vanderbilt football.
Well, yeah. I mean, I suppose any decade that includes those 3 years, 24 and 15 under Franklin included. But that's the very beginning of it. The Derek Mason era was okay. It was a lot like the Bobby Johnson era, But on the new coach front, so I'm reading Adam Sparks' tweet on this from Clark Lee after the scrimmage, okay? And I want to envision Jeremy Pruitt saying this. Okay.
Okay.
This is Clark Lee. Clark Lee. This is how Sparks writes. This is how Clark Lee wants to develop Vandy players. Quote: set up clearly defined systems of development and through preparation, build confidence in the moment, and also discipline the mind to clear the static for the players to focus on the performance required in that moment.
Sure.
Hit him in the mouth. I need a Clark Lee, Jeremy Pruitt,
debate.
Yeah, a debate. I mean, they need to be on a reality show together.
I agree.
That's amazing stuff.
You could tell that Vanderbilt education coming out very clear in Clark Lee there.
Interesting. Yeah, it's going to be very interesting. And by the way, Vanderbilt, big stuff coming today. Big stuff coming today on the Vanderbilt front. And Vanderbilt fans are well aware. I mean, they've called a press conference for 10 o'clock. There will be something coming at the Athletic later today. It's a pretty significant thing that's kind of been building toward that. Meanwhile, on the Tennessee front, have you been following along with spring football so far?
Loving it.
Yeah? You're all in?
I haven't paid hardly any attention to it.
I'm very disappointed. Did you used to? Did you used to pay close attention?
I've never been a huge spring football guy.
Okay, well, good for you.
Because you know what happens in spring football, especially with that program? People get very excited, and they get real. Look, the amount of people that used to talk to me about Marquez North and how awesome he was going to be at wide receiver for Tennessee, it never materialized. There are a lot of spring football warriors out there that don't necessarily translate to go on the field in the fall.
Well, and especially like in the spring game, depending on how a team does it. The team I used to cover for a long time, they would do a draft, so they'd kind of like try to have it even teams. But the problem is then you'll end up getting like your sixth receiver torching your fourth cornerback, and it's like, oh, this guy. And then the next year, he's playing on special teams, But Jabari Small apparently is looking good. I'm reading through David Ubbins' takeaways. Jabari Small's looking good. Offensive line, they're liking Cade Mays, Darnell Wright, Javonte Spriggins, Cooper Mays. D. Beckwith is working at running back. That's kind of interesting.
Oh, really? They like the offensive line, huh? They liked that last year too, didn't they?
No, they did. Well, that's the thing. Anything you like in the spring means that you're doing something good at the expense of another player on your team. So does that mean the defensive line stinks? And it may. But the quarterback situation – but I will say that Tennessee's spring football is more interesting than some years just because of like last year you knew Garantano was going to be the QB. Of course, the spring ball didn't happen anyway. But, like some years – it's not as interesting. This year is interesting with new coach, new quarterbacks.
Well, I think it's going to be interesting to see who's the quarterback for this offense. Like, you got Hooker coming in. You got Harrison Bailey there that you still feel good about. Brian Maurer has just kind of been cast aside as an afterthought at this point, I think, by most Tennessee fans. Although I did have a Tennessee fan tell me yesterday that he thinks Brian Maurer is going to end up being the starter this year. So maybe he's a part of the equation as well. I don't know. I think this offense and the way that the players that are already there fit into it is going to be interesting. Like, how does Harrison Bailey fit into a Josh Heupel offense? To me, that's a very interesting question because he's not exactly the type of guy to me that I think of when I think of, all right, they're going to go really fast. Quarterback's going to be involved in the running game too. Like, I'm interested to see how a guy like Harrison Bailey kind of fits into that mold.
Yeah, I think with any of them, I could see him. It really is so much just who picks up the offense and makes those quick decisions best, gets the ball out accurately. I could see any of those three guys being that guy. I mean, Caden Salter, you can probably rule him out at this point. It was already a long shot even if he was part of spring ball the entire time. He would have to – because you can't – you also can't give the same reps to everybody. So,
right.
But I guess I would think Bailey or Hooker – would have a better chance than Maurer, but hey, Maurer just seems like the guy who is not going to be consistently accurate enough on those short intermediate throws that you need to have in this offense to be the guy unless he improves. But that's kind of like your jump shot too. Like at this age, your jump shot is kind of what it is. You can improve it, but like you have a jump shot for him. I don't know that he's ever going to be that kind of consistent, volume, accurate quarterback that I think you have to have in this offense.
I think so too. And, it's interesting now because you look at running back. You felt great about it. And now Eric Gray's gone, playing in Oklahoma. Like, who's going to be the running back? Like, there's so many questions with this offense. Not just the obvious of, all right, stylistically, what's that going to look like and how effective is it going to be in an SEC schedule? But, like, well, who are your weapons now on offense? You got Velus Jones back there. You feel great about Jalen Hyatt. So, like, there are a couple of really good receivers you feel awesome about. Who's the running back going to be? I think that's a great question at this point. Ty Chandler's gone. Eric Gray's gone. There's a lot of unproven players at that position.
Yeah, Ty Chandler would be you go North Carolina?
North Carolina.
Yeah. He'd be big to have back. Maybe D. Beckwith, 6'5", 220.
It's pretty big.
Started as a tight end. That's tall for a running back, but maybe he'll be. And, of course, they have the JUCO transfer who is not here, correct? Yep. He's not here for spring.
Right.
And he could end up taking charge in fall. He'll certainly get reps and get the opportunity. But, yeah, it's not comforting to have the depth chart look the way it does there.
When we come back, we will be joined by Corey Curtis from News 2, as we are each and every Monday at 8 o'clock. We'll get into the latest with the Tennessee Titans and get his thoughts on the turnaround for the Preds as well. All that coming up. This is Robby and Rexrode live from the Wholesaling Studio, powered by RumbleOn.com. You're on ESPN 102.5 The Game. Welcome back in, hour number 3 of Robby and Rexrode here on ESPN 102.5 The Game. Robby Stanley, Joe Rexrode, Ryan Porth here with you on this Monday morning in Nashville, Tennessee. Streaming live on Periscope, on YouTube, and on Twitch as well. And it's that time of the week we go to our 102.5 The Game phone line, driven by WilsonCountyHyundai.com, and welcome in our good friend Corey Curtis from News 2. Corey, what's going on, man? How we doing?
We are fantastic today. How are you guys?
We are doing wonderful. And, Corey, we'll get to the Titans here in just a few minutes, but I do want to get your thoughts on the Nashville Predators. They've won 5 in a row, 7 out of their last 8, and they find themselves, as we sit here today, back into a playoff spot. Number one, how surprised are you that they've been able to do this, and do you think this is sustainable for the Predators as they move forward here?
Well, I'm stunned. And I frankly don't think it would have happened without the injuries that they've had, because you bring in some hungry players, and this is what happens. I mean, you see the guys doing all the little stuff, the working on the boards, the sacrificing in front of the net, the protecting the goaltenders, and the goalies are playing great. I don't know if it's energized, embarrassed, or what some of the veterans, but some of them have stepped up their game now along the way. And I do think it's sustainable to the aspect of holding that 4th playoff spot, because the teams that are underneath them are not playing great hockey.
Yeah.
And so if they can continue to play close to this level, they have to play, they have to win 5 in a row. But if they can continue to play this style and continue to consistently put up points, because haven't they won like 7 out of 8 as well?
Yeah.
I mean, and again, they don't have to win 7 out of 8, but just consistently put up points. They should be in good shape, because the other teams seem to be taking on water fast.
So if you were David Poile, would you?
Oh, I wouldn't change my goal of unloading some dead weight. I think it's been nice, because you've seen some of the guys in your system can help you, and you can lower your cap and you can look to retool. Because you can't pay guys, $8-9 million a year and not get anything from them consistently. And again, that consistency is the key. You've got to know what you're going to get. And with some of the guys on this hockey team, day to day, week to week, they don't know what they're going to get. And if they do know, it's not enough.
And Corey, to that point, I mean, we've talked about a lot this year in the fan base at one point, very critical of John Hines and the way that this team was playing. How much credit do you think John Hines deserves for the turnaround that we've seen as well?
Well, I have said that I've had a hard time judging John Hines, because he inherited this mess of trying to fix it. And it wasn't necessarily, in my opinion, fixing a system. It was a culture of, just not doing the stuff that you've got to do. We talked about the effort and the desire just did not seem to be there. And, does he get credit for it? Do the kids get credit for it? I don't know. I think he's been a steady force. I think his message has unwavered. I'm not an expert on offensive systems or defensive systems, but I know this: they're not giving up a lot of goals right now.
Yeah.
So I like that, and he's the head coach, and so when they're struggling, people want to fire him, and when they're winning, they deserve some of the credit.
I'm recruiting people to join me on Team Rondale. Would you like to join me, Corey, on Team Rondale Moore for the Titans?
Rondale
or are you a questioner of Rondale?
I'm a questioner of everyone. Okay,
that's right.
There aren't many guys that I don't question. You know what I'm a fan of? Best player available. That's what I'm a fan of.
Oh yeah. So okay. So let's dive into that a little bit, because we've had some fans text us over the last couple of weeks asking, okay, does best player available actually mean best player available, or does it mean best player available at the position that you need the most? Because that is an interesting, I think, distinction that general managers have to make at times.
I think, for the most part, just best player available, because we've seen too many times where great players get passed on because someone drafts for need. And, look, you're always looking to make your team better. And, you may have, let's look for just a guy who's a good player. You may have Harold Landry on the edge, and he's a good player. And you've got Bud Dupree, and he's a good player. But if you think there's an elite level pass rusher there at 22, you've got to take him. I mean, he makes your team better if you think he's an elite level player. Same goes at wide receiver. At tight end, if there's an elite level guard, you can make your team better. And if it's overstepping, and look, I don't think this is going to happen, but say it's a guard who can replace Roger Saffold. Well, now you're in a position to save your team $9 million against the cap. But I know that's harsh and that's cruel and whatever. But that's how this is done. Okay, with good young players who help you against the cap, and you don't help yourself by passing on players who are better. I always go back to the draft and said how many teams passed on Aaron Rodgers because they had a quarterback, or another draft when how many teams passed on Adrian Peterson because they had a running back. Okay, the guy's the best player on the board. Chances are he's going to be better than somebody on your team, or that he's at least going to be able to get on the team field to help your player. And you're going to have that guy for 5 years, not for 1 or 2. And so, yes, there are exceptions to the rule. But I think also with where the Titans are at, position-wise, I think the best player on the board is in a spot to help them virtually everywhere, whether it be corner, whether it be linebacker, whether it be defensive line, whether it be offensive line, whether it be wide receiver. Pretty much the only place would be running back. And, you just invested a third there, and you've got Derrick Henry. That would be tough to justify a running back at number 22. But you could be looking at your cap situation next year and saying, we don't know what we're going to get from Derrick Henry. He's had a lot of carries. You could justify it that way. I don't think that's a great justification, but you could do it.
Yeah, that was going to be my next question, because I hear what you're saying with all that, but I feel like you still have to have need in mind along with your BPA, best player available mindset, because the Titans could have Najee Harris ranked as the best player clearly on their board overall.
Or a quarterback.
Right, and sit there at 22, and then I would say don't do it. But to your
and
point,
I get that.
Yeah, sorry. But yeah, to your point, I mean, they're going to have maybe it is, because I've kind of gone to the mindset of, okay, is it a receiver or is it a corner there? But if there's an edge that they absolutely love,
yeah,
and have ranked higher than any of the corners receivers, go with the edge, right?
Yeah, because you can get a corner or a receiver in round 2. You have 2 picks in round 3. You got 3 more swings at it in the top 100. 3 more. And, I think the one thing we've seen over the last couple of years is there's a lot of good players. A.J. Brown was a second-round pick. That one turned out pretty darn well. Kevin Byard was a third-round pick. That one has turned out pretty darn well. Look, you could argue that those picks have been better than the Titans' first-rounders. So there are good players, all over the board. I can't tell you right now, which positions are the greatest position of depth in this year's draft. I'm not smart enough to be able to tell you that. I just know that you do a mock draft, and you do it 10 times, and each time probably you're going to be excited about the 3-4 players that you got.
Corey Curtis from News 2 on the line with us, driven by WilsonCountyHyundai.com. And, Corey, I'm going to throw a hypothetical your way. You can pick one of these if you're a Titans fan. You can have all-pro level Kevin Byard back next year, or Taylor Lewan at a Pro Bowl level coming back from injury. Which one do you choose? Which one's more important to you?
Well, I think, I think a tackle, a left tackle in particular, is always going to be more important because you've got to be able to protect your quarterback. So I think that's kind of a loaded question. You have to look at what their numbers are, how many years left, what their age is, because Taylor is now over 30 and coming off of an ACL. Now, he's still a freakish athlete, in my opinion. But, those are some of the things that you have to weigh. How many years left do you think Taylor has with your football team versus how many years left do you think Kevin has with your football team? But as a whole, left tackle is always going to be valued way more than safety.
What the heck happened to Sister Jean, Corey?
I was stunned. The Missouri Valley I thought was headed to the Elite Eight. I don't know what's going on in the Pac-12, but there must be something in the water because the Pac-12 got Alabama as well. I don't know. It's all about getting hot at the right time, and the Pac-12 as a league evidently is getting hot. Is getting hot at the right time. I think the Ramblers ran out to a quick lead in that one, and I felt really, really good about it.
I didn't think Oregon State was going to score 20 points in that game after the first 8 minutes.
I think Sister Jean just got cocky. She said, I'm 102. I've been doing this forever. We're good, and she put the rosaries down, and it all went to hell.
Something in the water, or as a tribute to Bill Walton, Pac-12's biggest fan, something in the brownies. Something in something,
I was
right?
going to say, where are you going with this?
Lava lamps.
That's right. Corey Curtis from News 2 has been our guest here on Robby and Rexrode. Corey, great stuff, man. Appreciate you taking time to join us.
All right, you guys have yourself a great week. Thanks.
You as well, my friend. When we come back, we'll react to a little bit of what Corey had to say there and take your thoughts on the Titans on our text line, driven by WilsonCountyHyundai.com, 615-737-1025, 615-737-1025. That's next. This is Robby and Rexrode here on ESPN 1025 The Game. Welcome back in, Robby and Rexrode here on ESPN 102.5. The Game. Robby Stanley, Joe Rexrode, Ryan Porth here with you on this Monday morning in Nashville, Tennessee. Streaming live on YouTube, on Periscope, and on Twitch as well. Joe Rexrode, friend of the camera today. No hat for me, so it's a little bit brighter in the studio today. A bit of a glare.
I don't look a lot at the live stream because I've been told I have bad posture, which I'm trying to work on.
Okay.
But I did look, and it wasn't like shiny, but it's like a little bit of a glow.
Yeah.
On the dome.
Who told you had bad posture?
Well, I've been putting Mitch Light on blast throughout this show already, so for changing my Rondale Moore photo. Mitch is one of the people who told me.
Well, I mean, somebody the other day
my wife tells me that a lot.
Somebody the other day compared you to the Lotso bear from Toy Story 3. So, I mean, it's just kind of all over the map with you.
Thanks for
on the live stream.
Thanks for reminding me of that. I was trying to forget that. But yes.
It's not a bad thing.
Lotso bear. No, it's not a bad thing at all.
He's a lovable character, kind of.
I'm sure that's just a comment on being loving.
Yes.
Yeah, actually, yeah. Lotso bear was actually an evil killer, right?
Yes,
yeah.
he was. Yes, he was.
A large, furry, evil killer.
But I am looking at the live stream right now, and there is almost a heavenly glow around the top of my head.
Yeah.
Male pattern baldness at the age of 28 is a fun time. Gotta love it.
Hey, man, you gotta cut down clean.
Yeah.
That doesn't necessarily mean male pattern baldness. It might mean just your choice.
It's not.
Well, I'm just saying.
It could. I guess it could.
It could.
Yeah. I mean, technically, I could still grow it out. It looks awful when I do that, but I could.
Yeah. So there's still some.
There's still some there.
Like middle skull.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's about all it is. It's just middle and back. Nothing in the front.
Low maintenance, man.
That's right. Absolutely. What did you think of that idea that Corey Curtis threw out there that best player available is generally the way to go no matter what? Because we've had people talk about that on our text line, driven by WilsonCountyHyundai.com. When it comes to the Titans, should you truly go best player available, or do you go best player with your needs in mind as well? Because I do hear what Corey's saying. Like, I think when you think back to, like, in the Aaron Rodgers draft is a perfect example. Probably could have used a guy like Aaron Rodgers, but people felt like they had a quarterback, so they just passed on him. They drafted their needs at the time, and now all of a sudden Aaron Rodgers is one of the greatest quarterbacks to ever play the game. Like, that can come back and burn you, but what you also don't want to do, I think, if you're the Titans, like, and I think the example you brought up is a great one. Like, if Najee Harris is their best player available on the board at 22, you're not taking Najee Harris with Derrick Henry as your running back. It's just not going to happen.
I wouldn't think so. It reminds me of when they picked Derrick Henry, though, after they had just traded for DeMarco Murray, and it was like, what? You have so many needs, and you're going there? Like, a lot of people had that reaction. But, yeah, I would say not. I would say not at this point. You've got Derrick Henry under contract for the next 3 years. Look, if the Titans were best player available in 2017, do you think that they had Corey Davis as the 5th best overall player in the draft?
Probably not.
That was clearly a need pick, right?
I would hope so.
Clearly. I mean, their needs that year were corner and receiver, and they picked a corner and receiver in the first round. You know, so I do think that I think you need to try to go by your board. And again, I think the great example is the edge rusher in this draft. It's not as pressing because you just signed Bud Dupree. But if you have someone who you think is here, overall big board versus any of the receivers or corners available, then you go there.
I would agree.
I mean, last year,
yeah,
you know, they went. I mean, look, at the time, I got to go back and read like all the stuff of the instant reaction
post-draft
to
reaction to Isaiah Wilson.
It was all quite favorable.
Yeah.
Was that? I mean, I didn't look at that as the most pressing need.
Yeah.
Right? That was. I mean, I thought that they were going to draft an edge last year.
I did too.
So that was I think some combination of best available with need, right?
Sure. I mean, you just lost Conklin, and I think you're right to the point where it kind of felt like Clowney was in the plans the whole time, and that to me, and I remember the conversation. Like, you had the draft, And I want to say shortly after that, Jarrell Casey is traded. Maybe it was
No, he was already gone.
He was already gone. So you got Casey being traded. You don't select an edge rusher in the first round. I remember us coming back the next day, and we were talking about, it's going to be Clowney. Clowney's going to be here at some point. Now, we thought it would be soon and not in September, but that was the talking point around that it felt like Clowney was the next shoe to drop.
Yeah, my question for John Robinson after the draft was about Clowney because it was so obvious, and it ended up getting there. But that was surprising that they didn't draft an edge at all.
Yeah. Let's go back to the text line driven by WilsonCountyHyundai.com. Caleb texted in, I agree. You draft the best player in a position of need at 22. Trade for Anthony Miller? I'd like to see the Titans take a tight end in the third round, depending on who is there. So we've gotten a lot of conversation about trading for Anthony Miller as of late from the Chicago Bears.
Are the Bears desperately shopping him around or something?
That word rumored to be shopping him around, yes.
Yeah, okay. I like him. Why are the Bears so motivated to get rid of him, though?
I don't know.
They just want to suck. They want the worst possible offense you can have.
Well, you've got Dandy Dalton in there now, and he doesn't need Anthony Miller to be good.
That's right.
He can bring in anybody.
You can put anybody out there. And
they've got Allen Robinson back in there, which I'm sure he's thrilled about. Just whatever you want to do.
QB1.
Yes.
Wasn't that the Bears tweet?
QB1.
Yes. Dalton. Oh.
Yeah. Those replies were great.
I was going to say, let's see how ratioed one tweet can get.
Yes. QB1.
Good job, Bears.
Andy Dalton, baby.
But, yeah, sure. Trade what, though? Trade what for Anthony Miller?
That's the thing. When it comes to trades, I know a lot of people want to trade up or go trade for a wide receiver on another team. What assets are you giving up at this point to do that? The more I look at this draft and the more important I think it is to hit on multiple picks, I just don't really see any way the Titans are trading up. Unless somebody just like J.C. Horn they just love and they feel like the team at 18 is going to take it. Then maybe you trade up at that point.
Yeah.
But that's the only scenario I could see. I think it's becoming more and more likely that they trade back and get more picks.
Well, and just in general, there's a lot of that, trade for this guy, trade for that guy. Again, think about the economics. Think about what the Titans have had to do this offseason in shedding some really good players because they had to. So you don't want someone whose clock has already started on their second deal. You want people who you can start the clock on the rookie deal on your team.
Yeah.
So, although I like Anthony Miller, you have to draft well. You have to have confidence in drafting well. You have to. It's a gamble to think any player that you draft is going to come right in and help you, but you have to have that mindset. And financially, you have to have more picks, more rookies on rookie deals than moving picks to trade for veterans who then put you in the same bind in a year or two.
Let's go back to the text line driven by WilsonCountyHyundai.com. Heidi from Dixon text in. Clowney was definitely in the plans. And then Joe spit-shined his shoes to convince him to go to the Titans.
Huh?
Wow. Just polishing up Clowney's shoes, I guess.
Oh, okay. I spit-shined Clowney's shoes.
Yeah.
I thought she was talking
about
your
shoes.
What did I put
Your
them on
shoes
Zoom?
look great. You don't need to spit-shine them or polish them or anything like that. They look fine to begin with.
But were they clown shoes?
Could be.
Oh. Yeah, well, hey, listen, I wonder if Sean Payton, along with the gourmet meal they made for him, did they also,
maybe so.
Spit shine his shoes, clean his fine china. By the way, my shoes, look at these right here.
Yeah, they're great.
But look at that. See the
side?
side?
Nice hole in them.
Yeah. Both sides of these shoes, and these are only 4 months old, and they have holes in the sides of them.
There you go. Ryan Porth, how would you go about answering this question? If you're the Titans and you're John Robinson, and you got the best player available discussion that some people buy into, and you've got the drafting for need that others buy into, with this specific draft, with this specific team, how do you go about handling that if you're John Robinson and the Titans?
I would take the top 3 or 4 needs that you have, so corner, receiver, maybe you throw tight end in there, maybe you throw edge rush in there, and you take those top needs and the best player available within those needs, I think you go with. I don't think
so you're not reaching for a running back.
No.
Or an inside linebacker right
Look,
now.
I think Najee Harris is going to be an incredible running back in the NFL, but I think you'd be doing yourself a disservice for the 2021 team and maybe even 2022 if you go running back in the first round.
Yeah.
What if, I think those two positions in particular, quarterback, running back, I think you have to look at them differently. Take them out, right? But what if, let's say, Christian Barmore, who I think could be really good as a D tackle in this league, as a defensive lineman. What if he's just number one on your board, And it's just man, you just signed Autry. You've got Simmons. Do you make that pick if he's clearly the best player on your board?
If that is one of the needs that John Robinson and Mike Vrabel pinpoint before the draft as a position that they want to get out of the draft, then sure. And if he's by far your number one player, I think you have to approach it that way and not just go into the 22nd overall pick and say, let's get the best corner or the best receiver. As we've seen over the years, that hasn't really worked out very well for John Robinson.
It is not. And that's what you got to guard against. And I keep going back to what Teron Davenport said as well, and that is you can't overdraft just because you've got a player. So if you really need a receiver in the second round and everybody that you feel good about as a second-round grade is gone, but you feel like you've got to get a receiver now before the third-round run on receivers begin, you can't just take a receiver then just to have a receiver. That's how you get into trouble as the general manager in drafting, when you're drafting people way too high.
Yeah. Well, and that's, I think, when runs happen on positions, at least some of those GMs are doing that, right?
Reactionary, yeah.
Yeah. The thing is, though, you mentioned Porth, why they're getting in trouble. I don't have, full knowledge of, how they had guys ranked, we don't know. Maybe
I think it's pretty safe to assume Corey Davis was not fifth.
I would think so. I would think so.
I would hope so.
I think so. Yeah. That was the most need draft. But another thing that I thought of in that draft, this is the most instant need for help, even though they're a defending champion. In my opinion, I think it's clear. This is the most need for instant impact from a draft that they've had since 2017.
I agree.
Which scares me, because then that might lead to John Robinson wanting a draft for need and not BPA within a host of needs that they have.
Yep. But the good news on that is, and especially at receiver, but at corner to a fair extent too, is that you do have depth in the draft at those positions. So, you have, the draft is set up for you to still get good players at those positions. You got to make the right choices, but, their positions of need are deep. Now, it's also deep at tackle, and that's an interesting question. I'll say one thing on I know we got to go. I did not draft an inside linebacker, which may have been a mistake. But I wonder if that's something that they need to do. Because the thing is, yes, they have Jayon Brown back. They have Long as a pretty good 3, but how do they feel about Rashaan Evans? That's another thing that all those, how do they feel about certain veterans is going to factor into some of these picks too.
Absolutely. When we come back, we'll switch gears. The NCAA tournament underway again this weekend. The Elite Eight matchups starting tonight in the tourney. How do we rank the teams that are left? Joe Rexrode will do that next. This is Robby and Rexrode here on ESPN 102.5 The Game. It's time to save some cash fast with Nashville's best deals. Go to theGameNashville.com right now to get half off a $20 gift card from Grain and Berry in Hillsboro Village. Grain and Berry is Nashville's superfood cafe where healthy meets delicious. Welcome back in. Robby and Rexrode here on ESPN 102.5 The Game. Robby Stanley, Joe Rexrode, Ryan Porth are with you on this Monday morning in Nashville, Tennessee. Joe, going back to our discussion to begin the last segment, Buck and Gator on YouTube says, just keep rocking the bald look, Robby. You're our own Professor X. I appreciate a good X-Men reference every now and then.
Nice.
Charles Xavier?
Of my generation might say you're a young Kojak.
Yeah, maybe so.
So Nate asks about would it be considered a mullet if you grew out like the long hair in the back and kept it shaved up top?
Yeah.
That's a fantastic mullet.
I think the better question would be, would I be able to grow out the hair in the back? No.
Really?
I mean, to a degree, I can. I don't know if I could get it to complete mullet level. Maybe. I don't know.
I think you might.
Maybe I ought to give it a shot.
You might be selling yourself short.
Maybe.
And I don't know who that dude on Baylor is. Elijah's in the studio. Maybe he knows. He knows like the names of every college basketball player on
in the
every
country
roster.
Yes.
What's the name of the? Do you know the name of the Baylor dude with the perm mullet?
That's Matthew Mayer.
Oh yes,
of course.
Of course he does.
Of course.
Okay.
Well, Matthew Mayer is my new favorite college basketball player. I mean, I haven't seen a perm mullet since like 1987 in Climax, Michigan.
It's good. What a place.
In Climax, Michigan, the perm mullet was massively popular in the late 80s.
What about in Hell, Michigan?
Yes.
I've never been to Hell, Michigan. It exists. I've never been to Bad Axe either. However, I've spent a lot of time in Climax, Michigan, and the perm mullet once ruled the day.
Yes.
It was a few years after the rat tail, and then the perm mullet really took off.
Did you ever have a rat tail, Joe?
My Army dad was not having any sort of long hair situation, so no, I did not. I did actually ask. I did, like a bunch of kids on my Little League team had rat tails. And I wanted a rat tail, and my parents were like, nah, man, you're not getting a rat tail.
What was the name of the Little League team, the Climax Rat Tails?
Well, it was actually a Little League team in Saudi Arabia. So we lived in Saudi Arabia at the time. We were on the Orioles. I was on the Orioles.
All right.
All right, then.
Coach Shackelford. Shout out Coach Shackelford. Love you, man.
Jason in Clarksville on our text line driven by WilsonCountyHunter.com says, that haircut would be a skullet, not a mullet.
Oh,
so a skullet.
Yes, a skullet.
It's pretty good.
Yeah, there's like a website, I think, with all the different types of mullet names. That's a great one, the skullet. I think you can call, what is it, Matthew Mayer? Isn't that also like a light rock?
That's John Mayer.
Oh, okay. Is it like, is he John Mayer's like young,
this is more
mulleted cousin?
More proof that Rexrode's not listened to a single song since 1999.
I try not to. Yeah, John Mayer.
Yeah, cousins.
He should have a mullet too.
That's right. Joe, the Elite Eight is set. More great action in the NCAA tournament this weekend. As you look at the matchups, and we laid them out earlier in the show, Gonzaga taking on USC in the Elite Eight, Baylor and Arkansas, Oregon State and Houston, and then Michigan and UCLA. If you had to rank the 8 teams remaining here in the tournament, where would you go? Is Gonzaga clearly one?
On the men's side, I'm ranking – well, yeah, Gonzaga is clearly the one. Baylor is, to me, clearly the 2. And Michigan is the 3 left in this thing. You know, the Isaiah Livers absence, and he's gone, has not hurt them.
No. I think we're finding out Juwan Howard can coach a little bit.
Oh, no doubt. No, Juwan Howard's been really good from the start there, and it's good because the idea that like an NBA player who hasn't been like a GA for 11 years can't be a college coach, that narrative needed to be busted, and he is doing that. I mean, it's not one size fits all. So he's been very good. Yeah, I mean, I think they're the 3rd best team left in this thing. And then it gets really interesting. Like UCLA is playing extremely well. Oregon State's playing out of their mind. Yep. I would put USC above both of those teams. If we're going to do the Pac-12 after dark rankings, I think USC is legit squad that maybe gives Gonzaga a game. But Houston and Arkansas are both really good. Like I might go Arkansas next, then Houston, then USC. It's right now Oregon State and UCLA are going to be at the bottom of this thing. Although I know Wayne Tinkle, who has clearly demonstrated his superiority over Rick Barnes.
It's Phil Jackson.
Per Jared. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, get out of Wayne Tinkle's way, man. But, hey, he's done a heck of a job. You got to give the guy credit. It's been an incredible run. That team, again, I watched that team play, and I think back to what I thought the day Tennessee got smoked by them, and I'm like, it might have been a little hard on the Vols. I mean, these guys are awfully good. Best games ahead would be another interesting one. And to this I go, the women's tournament tonight has a national championship caliber game. Baylor-UConn. That's the Riverwalk regional final to get to the Final Four. I mean, those teams, both of them are good enough to win the whole thing. Baylor-Michigan might have been the best game of the whole weekend on Saturday. Also, Tuesday night, Jared's beloved Louisville Cardinals against Stanford is a Final Four caliber women's game, so that's the late game. And the women's tournament is reasonable for us with 8 p.m. as the second game tip.
Yes.
So there's kind of a staggering. I don't know that I love all these games going against each other. The men's and women's tournament, the Final Four will be different days, but, man, there's still a lot of unbelievable hoops the next 2 nights.
At C Northside 85 on Periscope says, did we underestimate how good the Pac-12 is, or are they just getting lucky?
Well, look, NCAA tournaments, crazy stuff happens. And I always argue against making sweeping judgments about conferences based on the NCAA tournament.
Like everybody is now convinced that the Big Ten sucks.
Right. I'm telling you, Illinois could have won this tournament. Okay? Illinois could have won this tournament. Ohio State could have been a Final Four team. They're that good. Is the Pac-12 better than we thought? It's hard to argue otherwise. Mm-hmm. I mean, I think the Oregon State thing is that's the example of like a team that's just on a crazy run.
They seem to me to be the hot team. Like USC, I feel like is actually really, really good.
Well, and I tell you what, I mean UCLA has some players.
Yeah.
Everybody around here knew about Johnny Juzanks. He was, one of those intriguing young talents at Kentucky and transfers out of there. He's very good. But Jaquez, is he just a sophomore? I mean, that guy has got to be the biggest other than A. Smith from Oral Roberts. Jaquez has got to be Jaime Jaquez. Got to be he's a sophomore. He's got to be the biggest revelation of a player in this tournament. He's absolutely just incredible. 6'6", 220, does everything. I mean, he tried to draw that 3 foul yesterday, and then he throws up a line drive and hits it. Yeah. That's lucky, but he is a load. So, like UCLA, also, they have got – this is not 11 seed talent from UCLA. It's not 7 seed talent from USC. Oregon State is probably the overachieving. You can call them lucky if you want, or you could say that Wayne Tinkle is James Naismith reincarnated, as Jared believes. But regardless, that's probably the team that's just really playing above its head.
I'm looking forward to this Gonzaga-USC matchup. I know Gonzaga has just been wiping the floor with people as of late, and they very well could be the best college basketball team that we've seen in a long time. I mean, they look really, really good. But I think Gonzaga-USC could be a game. I really do.
Dan Wolkin said this Gonzaga team is not close. He said not close. In fact, I want to get Elijah's reaction to this. You listen to me, Elijah? Pay attention, Elijah. Wolkin said this Gonzaga team is not close to the 18 Villanova team. Your thoughts?
Not close.
Not close.
Really?
I would say not close is pretty laughable because there's a lot of metrics that can show this is one of the greatest 2-point shooting basketball teams to play college basketball. That Villanova team, one of the greatest 3-point shooting teams. I think if they played, it'd be a fantastic game. I think it's fair to say that 2018 Villanova team could be better, but to say that it's not close is a little laughable.
A little bit laughable, Wolkin.
I'm surprised that there's a laughable take by Dan Wolkin.
He ripped on me on Twitter because I was complaining about Mississippi State getting in instead of Belmont, which I will continue to complain about. He's like, they just put it in your face. Well, Belmont would have won every game by 20, whatever.
That's right. When we come back, we will switch gears and get back into the Nashville Predators. And speaking of the Preds, make sure you're listening for your cue to call for your chance to win a pair of tickets to see the Predators take on the Dallas Stars tomorrow at Bridgestone Arena. When we come back, we'll get into the Preds and their turnaround as of late. How much credit does John Hynes and his staff deserve for this turnaround? We'll talk about it next. This is Robby and Rexrode here on ESPN 102.5 The Game.
Taken behind the net by Kirby Dach for Chicago. And his pass intercepted by Johansson, giving it to Tolvanen. Back now for Josi to score! Tic-tac-toe! Predators retake the lead. 3-2 and a goal by the captain, Roman Josi. And that will do it. Predators win again. So the Predators sweep the series against the Chicago Blackhawks this weekend, and they have tied them for the fourth spot in the Central Division standings.
Two huge games, and obviously tonight wasn't the prettiest game, but we found a way to win, and that's the most important part. And I think with everything we've been through the whole year, to be close to a playoff spot right now, same points with Chicago. It's huge for us, and it definitely gives us a lot of energy going forward here.
All I do is win, 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 no matter what. Got money on my mind, I can never
The Predators sweep the Blackhawks over the weekend, 3-1 on Saturday night, 3-2 last night, and they win twice in United Center. And don't look now, the Nashville Predators back in a playoff spot. They have won 5 games in a row. They've won 7 out of their last 8, and after the game last night, 18, 17, and 1 on the season, 37 points. They now hold the 4th spot in the Central Division, tied with Chicago for the amount of points. And if the season ended today, my favorite phrase in sports, the Predators would be in the playoffs. It's pretty amazing the turnaround that we've seen with John Hines and company over the course of the last couple of weeks. 7 out of the last 8 found their way back into a playoff spot.
If the season ended today is your favorite
I hate it.
Phrase in sports?
I hate it.
You hate it more than culture?
Yeah, I do.
Yeah?
Yeah.
I don't. Culture.
Culture. Yes.
Something in a petri dish. What's the Preds record since Roman Josi swore, since he used a naughty word?
He didn't use it. He almost did. But it's got to be pretty good.
Wait a minute. It slipped out, didn't it?
Nah, we'll see. I have to go back and check the tape. But it's got to be pretty good.
Give me a ruling, Porth.
I mean, they've won 7 out of the last 8. Now, he was hurt before that.
Well, I will say.
Yeah, it's been a while, I guess.
I will say a turning point in this season was.
Go score 5 goals.
Yeah.
I mean, ever since then, they've played really good hockey.
So Kara Hammer deserves more credit for this entire thing than she's getting.
Yes.
Go score 5 goals.
Thank you, Joe. And you know what? He's played a lot better since then, too.
He's almost scored 5 goals since then.
Yeah. A really good play by him in the first goal on Saturday night. Entering the zone, scores, finishes it off. I thought he was good again last night. Lots of things changing with this group.
They look like a pretty good hockey team
They look like a pretty good hockey team right now. With that in mind, let's revisit our poll question of the day at 1025 The Game on Twitter. The Preds have won 5 in a row. They've won 7 out of their last 8, and they currently sit in a playoff spot. Are you a believer in this turnaround? 293 votes are in. 54% say yes. 46% say no. So pretty close to right down the middle, Joe Rexrode.
Okay. I think I figured it would be more than 50. Probably pretty close. And it's sort of, there's some wiggle room there. You know, you can believe in the turnaround. You can believe what you're seeing and say, hey, these guys have figured some things out. They're playing to the identity they talked about before the season. They're getting great goaltending. Some of the young players have really come in and taken advantage. And you can still believe that the Preds should be selling.
Yeah.
It's hard.
Yeah.
It's that two things being true. You know, it doesn't always have to be either or. But you got to like what you're seeing from this team if you're watching it.
You do. The official Ryan Ellis Stan account on Twitter, which is great, says 4 of the 5 wins were versus Chicago and Detroit. It's not convincing enough. I'll need to see more winning. Good news is you got more games against Dallas and Chicago and Detroit coming up.
Well, and again, like Chicago's been one of the pleasant surprises this year. Have they not?
They have. They are falling apart.
They are.
As we speak. But
and also, I mean, Detroit, for as bad as Detroit is, that's been a constant problem.
Well, they just whipped Columbus twice over the weekend.
So, I mean, beating bad teams or similar teams, because I still think Chicago in overall quality is right there with Nashville, that is important. Also, 2 of the wins were one against Tampa Bay, one against Florida, which even gave you a chance for these last games to matter at all.
Right.
So you do have to, and I know, a game here, a game there, what does it mean? But the fact is, 2 of those wins were against the top teams.
Let's go to our 1025 The Game phone line, driven by WilsonCountyHyundai.com, and bring in our good friend Jeremy K. Gover, who wants to weigh in on the Preds turnaround. Gover, what's going on, brother? How we doing?
Gover time.
Dover, hey boys, how's it going? Listen, normally I would text this in, but I'm driving and I don't want to text and drive.
We appreciate that.
Right? But it's another turning point of the season, I think. I haven't done the research on this. It just occurred to me as you were talking about it. But was when Adam Vingan released that article in The Athletic, that interview with Pecorine.
Yep.
Pecorine basically said he didn't want to be traded, even though they were struggling and probably going nowhere. Now, he didn't say that. I'm paraphrasing. But when he came out and said, I don't want to be traded, I want to end my career as a Nashville Predator, if you go back and look at their record since then, I'm pretty sure guys have been playing all out since that point. Now, obviously, I can't prove that that's a reason why, but I do find it. We've always called Pecorine a leader in that locker room, even though he can't wear the C. And so I do think there might be something to that.
Hey, that's a good point, Gover. We appreciate the call, brother. Gover brings that up, and Jim Diamond brought this up last night on Twitter when I was tweeting about my sarcastic tweet about them now becoming Stanley Cup favorites. Right. Jim Diamond's response to it was, the players don't want to see Ekholm get traded. Like, they don't want to see Ekholm go. And they have played their butts off since then.
Win for Eki.
Yeah.
KeepEki.com.
Played their butts off since then to keep him a part of the fold.
Well, I would not have thought of the Pecorine piece. That's an interesting thought. It's also interesting that, like, basically he's barely played, during this stretch because Saros has been so good. Maybe that changes now. Saros day to day. I don't know how many days that means, but maybe there's more Pecorine to come. But that's an interesting thought. Also on the Vingan front, I'm going to start writing about this hockey team, Vingan, and not just trades, buddy.
He did the other day.
Actually, he's got
both.
I haven't read his mailbag today, but he's got a mailbag today.
Well, it's interesting, and I threw this question out before the break, and I'll ask it to you. We talked a lot about John Hines and the fan base this time 3 weeks ago, a month ago. A lot of it very negative towards John Hines and the job that he was doing and the future of this team with him at the helm. I think if you were that way, you've at least got to give him some credit for turning this thing around with the young players. How much credit does John Hines deserve for what we've seen over the last 2.5, 3 weeks?
Like, do you think maybe John Hines started reading some books on hockey to finally figure out something about the game of hockey?
Maybe so.
He's figured a few things out. It's 5 guys on the ice at a time, John.
Yes.
Yeah, it's amazing. I rejected them when they were at their depths. So I would like to rate. It is a little bit of a victory lap. Like the pointing at the coaching. Sometimes it's right, but a lot of times it's exaggerated, and I just think wrong-headed. And I think it was here, and he does deserve credit. Now, where would he be on the coaching greatness Wayne Tinkle scale per Stillman? I don't know. Is he like 70% of Wayne Tinkle?
I don't know. Like I think he deserves credit. Now, is he or the system or anything like that the number one reason this has turned around? No. The number one reason this has turned around as of late is because they're not allowing any goals. That's the number one reason this thing has turned around. It's because they're basically giving up 1 goal a game.
But is that not, and again, this last weekend, goaltending was a little bit less of the saving their butt thing this weekend. Is that not some credit to the system and for the system actually working and how they want to play and how they need to play?
I think it is, yeah.
And if we rip on coaches and I think a lot of times correctly identify coaches whose voices get old and things like that, does this not mean that his voice must be resonating somewhere in that room?
I think it does, and I think that's been obvious. Like, to me, it's clear to tell when a voice or a coach's voice gets old. I think the team just stops playing. Like, they just stop playing with the effort. I don't think, as bad as they've been at times this year, I don't know that effort has ever been a problem. I've never once watched them play this year and been like, you know what? They're just phoning it in. They don't care.
They quit.
They've always been working. And quite frankly, like, there were times last year before the coaching change was made where I'm not sure that was the case. I think there were some effort problems last year, and I think you heard them address that. I don't feel like even when they weren't playing well and when it looked really bad at times this year, I don't think that effort was ever a problem.
No, not at all. No. That's overrated too. There's another word, sports word you like? You like if the season ended today, you like culture. I love quit.
Yeah.
Oh, they quit. This guy quit. That team quit. You quit in this sport and see what happens to you on the boards.
You'll get hurt.
So I agree with you, though. Effort has been good. Execution has been bad. But some of this it's just confidence, and you get rolling one way or the other. The snowball can pick up in either direction, and I didn't think this team had one of these in it left.
I didn't either. But here they are, back in a playoff spot, and a good schedule coming up this week as well. We'll talk more about the Predators when we come back. Darren McFarland, host of Darren Donica Chase and the Nashville Predators pre- and post-game shows on the Predators Radio Network will join us. That's next. This is Robby and Rexrode, live from the Wholesaling Studios, powered by RumbleOn.com. You're on ESPN 102.5 The Game. Welcome back in. Final hour of Robby and Rexrode here on ESPN 102.5 The Game. Robby Stanley, Joe Rexrode, Elijah Campbell here with you on this Monday morning in Nashville, Tennessee, talking all things Nashville Predators. And to help us do that, we welcome in our good friend Darren McFarland, host of Darren Donica Chase, also handles the Predators pre- and post-game duties for the Nashville Predators Radio Network here to the program. Darren, what's going on, my friend? How we doing?
Good morning, Robby Stanley. It is so nice to look out and see sunshine after Saturday. It's so nice.
It is, and it got a little hairy down your neck of the woods over the weekend.
Oh, it got more than hairy.
Yeah.
Let me just tell you that. It was very nice, by the way, if people didn't hear, the captain, Roman Josi, who had the game winner, last night in Chicago. Give a shout out to and let people, back here know that they're thinking about John Hines, head coach, did the same thing.
Yep.
Obviously, they've been in Chicago all weekend, and it was the reality hit when I saw Joe Dubin doing a hit for Channel 4 on WSMV Sunday morning in the fields that we played. We just played one tournament so far this season. It was the weekend before last, not this weekend, but obviously nobody played this past weekend.
Right.
The weekend before, and we played in the Mount Juliet Park, and we've never played there before. And it's a really nice little complex, and we had a great weekend, and to see that it was basically underwater, and the dugouts have been washed away, the fences have been washed away. I mean, they've got a lot of work. And by the way, those fields, that complex serves a lot of people, serves a lot of kids, and it just broke my heart to see that we were just there a week ago, and that whole entire gigantic complex in Mount Juliet is basically washed away. And so we're thinking about them, and I just thought that was cool what Roman Yossi and John Hines did, and we're thinking about everybody out there that was affected this weekend, because Saturday was rough, man. It was rough.
It was,
no doubt.
And we've certainly had our run of it through the last year or so with Mother Nature. So another blow dealt this weekend as well. Darren, on the ice, here we are, and it's almost amazing that we're having this conversation. But the Predators have won 7 of their last 8. They've won 5 in a row. And all of a sudden, after last night, they find themselves back in a playoff spot in 4th place in the Central Division. From your vantage point, as you've watched over this last stretch, the road trip coming back home against Detroit, now back on the road again against Chicago, what's been different? How have they gotten to this point, in your opinion, from your vantage point, where they've turned this around?
I don't know how you can look past the infusion of youth. I mean, I know they've touched on it. It's not like they've come out to say it. They've been asked, right? And those are the proper questions. People like you and Joe and others and Adam and others, have asked that question. Many times on that road trip, they're trotting out 6 rookies in a game. I think it's rubbing off on these guys. I mean, you're seeing even – I just think certain guys – I mean, look at Luke Cunnin. Luke Cunnin has come back in the lineup this past weekend after missing 13 games with his hair on fire, right? I mean, and it's because I think Luke Cunnin looks around and goes, if I don't do something, there won't be a spot for me. Like, they're just keep rolling with what's been working. And so he's come out of this thing, and he certainly didn't ease into anything. 3 points? 2 points on Saturday night, 2 assists on Saturday night, another assist last night. And he looks like a guy extremely motivated. Now, does that mean he wasn't playing motivated or before? No. I'm just saying, I just think the infusion of youth and just the way this team is playing right now is rubbing off on our room. And I don't know how you don't think that's not infectious in locker rooms. I mean, that's how these things work. That's how teams come together. That's how winning comes together. So they're just being more responsible. Robby, how many times, guys, have we heard John Hines since he's taken over, which has been well over a year now, the same message over and over and over and over again? And there was a little bit of a stretch last season where it looked like it was starting to happen, and then there was a big pause, and then the return to play. It didn't play out against Arizona. And then this year, early on, same message, but still not the results. But finally, it seems like this is what John Hines is. I wonder if he's like, when he shuts the door, if he like pops his chest and goes, see, that's what I've been telling you guys. I've been telling you this is what you have to do. So it feels like they've bought in, and I know he's used that word, bought in. Now, Ryan Johansson the other night, I expected a veteran to say bought in. No, I'm just doing what I've been doing my whole career. But John Hines believes there's been a buy-in with this team, and it certainly reflects. I mean, there's just right now they're winning puck battles. They're willing to do whatever it takes. They're pushing back. They're getting great goaltending play, great play in front of the goaltenders. They're very responsible defensively, and this team is humming right along, and they just look like they want to win hockey games once again. Like I said, not like they weren't trying to win hockey games before, but it looks different, it feels different, and obviously it's paying off because they're getting the results that they're looking for. And here's something else. I asked Hal Gill this last night. Before, it was always like, gosh, they don't have any good, they're getting bad puck luck. And why does the other team always get good puck luck? And Hal said it best. When you work hard every night, you tend to get rewarded, and that's what's happening. They're getting rewarded with now they're getting the puck luck. Did you see DeHaan last night? That was a rough first period. They're getting rewarded for the way they're playing. So maybe it's just the gods, right? The hockey gods and karma. You get rewarded for your play, and the reason that they're getting good puck luck right now is the way that they're coming in and playing night in and night out.
Okay, Dan, so there are 7 games starting tomorrow. Dallas, Chicago, Detroit twice, Tampa Bay, Dallas again. Okay? And then the 12th is the trading deadline. Let's say they win them all. They're just absolutely red-hot, barnstorming through the league, take advantage of a somewhat soft schedule, win them all, and nothing happens until the day of the trading deadline. What would be the way to proceed there? If you were the GM at that moment, what would you do?
I knew, Joe, you're going to ask this question. And now the stakes have increased, right? Now it's getting really interesting. Well, you guys know, I've said this. I've been very consistent with my message on Mondays to you guys at 9 o'clock. I will just continue to stay with what I've been saying. I'm not going to steer away now and just say whatever they've been talking about for the last 3 weeks is whatever. I think they should stay the course. That's just me. And I don't know what the course is. I don't know what they've been talking about. I'm sure it's changed a bit because of what you just laid out, because of this winning streak and because of them currently sitting in 4th place in the standings. But there is a bigger picture. And, oh, by the way, everybody thought when the young guys got out there and started playing, that's when you just said, we'll see you next season. That's it, folks. That'll do it for this season. No, that hasn't played out that way at all. So who says you're waving any flags? Who says it's a give up? Who says any of that? I mean, teams do sell or trade players for the betterment of the future of the organization, and nothing bad happens. They still say, who said Philip Forsberg didn't play this weekend? They won both games.
Yeah.
Look at the lineup. Every day we wake up and it's like, we're hunting for Easter eggs. You just don't know what you're going to find out. UC Saros, all of a sudden, poof, not in there. He's dealing with something. You wake up every day, it's like, oh, Matt Benning's out? Oh, okay. What happened? And then he's back in. Philip Forsberg's out for the weekend. Guys go out, insert the next guy up, and they keep plugging along. So why would that change anything? That's the way I look at it. That's just me. You may staunchly disagree. There may be tons of fans that disagree because I know I'm getting a lot of tweets and stuff, all these people that wanted to blow it up, forget this team, they can't win anything. Now it's all of a sudden, wait a minute, they should buy. They should go out and get Taylor Hall. It's like, what? You can't be a GM when you go outside and check the win patterns every day. Yes. That's not how GMs work. You have to have a plan. And I just think, Joe, that whatever they've been discussing, however they feel is best for the organization this year and moving forward, the big picture, I just think they should stay the course. Whatever that is, I don't think this winning streak changes anything.
Darren McFarland, host of Darren, Donick, and Chase, also handles the Nashville Predators pre- and post-game duties for the Preds Radio Network, on with us here on Robby and Rexrode. Darren, last thing for you here. I really noticed Ryan Johansson over the weekend. I thought he played really well. He was very active both in the offensive zone and the defensive zone. And you touched on this a little bit before, but how much do you think maybe the inclusion of some of these young guys have kickstarted some of these veterans like Arvidsson, like Johansson that we've seen? We'll still wait to see what it looks like when Matt Duchene comes back in as well. But how much credit do you think is just specifically with the young guys coming in, maybe kickstarting some of these veterans?
Well, I do think, Robbie, that's in play. But I'll give you another theory. And I know, don't roll your eyes. This is the best example I've got because, they're 9. And it's not apples to apples. I get it. But this is what I've learned being around coaching youth, okay? It rubs off on each other, right? When this kid's playing well, this other kid wants to play like that kid. Well, I want to be like that kid. This group of kids are playing really well, and these group of kids that maybe are at the bottom of the batting order or they don't get in the field as much, they want to be like them. So you tend to notice at practice they work harder. So do I think youth is rubbing off? Yes. I'll tell you what else. I just think the play of others may be rubbing off. By the way, have you looked at Calle Yarncroke lately? He's got 10 goals.
Yep.
Remember for all those people, like, Calle Yarncroke, what's the big deal? There's a prime example. They sold. They didn't have to, and they did. And they weren't out of it, and they sold, and they got Calle Yarncroke. And I'd say that trade in 2014's worked out pretty well for the Predators, for a guy that was at the end of his career, and they get a guy that plays for a $2 million a year contract for the last 6 years, right? That's worked out pretty well, having Calle Yarncroke. I just think Granlund has played well. Look at Colton Sissons. You don't think Colton Sissons, by the way, he's like a veteran on that, he is a seasoned veteran on that fourth line. He's playing with Trennan and Olivier. Did you happen to see who led the team in hits last night?
Yep.
It was Colton Sissons, was 6. It wasn't Olivier. It wasn't Trennan. I just think the play of others around you, I see it, like I said, it's not apples to apples. We're talking about professional athletes. I'm talking about kids. But I see it at that level. They want to, and so I'm not saying Ryan Johansson wants to be like somebody else, but he's looking around going, oh, everybody's talking about Granlund. Everybody's talking about Calle. Everybody's talking about, this is what it takes. Victor Arvidsson in the same boat. Well, I want the results too. Everybody's talking about the way they're playing. I need to do that too. And so I just think that sometimes the play of others rubs off. And there's certain guys on this team that have been playing really well. And, I think that's what motivates them. So I think sometimes also it's roster spots, right? Rocco Grimaldi was a healthy scratch. We know what he was talking about this week and his success. He was just trying to make sure he stayed in the lineup. Yeah. And, the next thing you know, he had 5 goals. And so everybody's motivated differently, but I think all these factors are playing into why some guys who haven't been playing exactly well that we've talked about so much, when talking about the Predators, I think it's rubbed off on them where they're like, okay, I get it. You have to play this way to get to the results, because right now, what would you say is the best line? Can you really say that? That's when you know it's right. That's when you know it's working, because you just go up and down the lineup and you say, "Oh, well, they're all playing well." I don't know. I mean, giving out stars every night has been kind of hard to do because they're getting good play from up and down the lineup.
Darren McFarland, host of Darren, Donick, and Chase, also handles the pre- and post-game duties for the Nashville Predators Radio Network, has been our guest here on Robby and Rexrode. Darren, great stuff as always, my friend. Always good to talk to you.
Thank you, guys. Have a good rest of your show.
Absolutely. We'll hear from Darren a little bit more from 10 to 2 today here on ESPN 102.5 The Game with Darren, Donick, and Chase, that you can catch every weekday here from 10 to 2 on ESPN 102.5 The Game. We'll continue the conversation on the Predators when we come back, taking your thoughts on our text line driven by WilsonCountyHyundai.com. And speaking of the text line, 102.5 The Game and T-Mobile have teamed up to help you continue the tradition with a hockey home gating party. And it's time to text into the game line at 615-737-1025 for your chance to win the T-Mobile Hockey Home Gate. Watch a weekend Preds game with a Dos Equis prize pack, which includes a case of beer, dessert from Nothing But Cakes, a T-Mobile prize pack, and food provided by 312 Pizza Company in Germantown. Just text the word GAME to 615-737-1025. That's GAME to 615-737-1025. Now to enter. The winner will be contacted on Thursday, and you must be 21 or older to enter. We'll be right back. Robby and Rexrode here on ESPN 102.5 The Game. T-Mobile and 102.5 The Game are giving you and 3 friends the chance to win and stay and play experience at Hermitage Golf Course. Listen in today at 4:15 for the keyword to text into the game line at 615-737-1025. More details at thegamenashville.com contest page. Welcome back in, Robby and Rexrode here on ESPN 102.5 The Game. Robby Stanley, Joe Rexrode, Elijah Campbell here with you on this Monday morning in Nashville, Tennessee. Talking all things Nashville Predators, taking your thoughts on our text line, driven by WilsonCountyHyundai.com, 615-737-1025, 615-737-1025. So the question now becomes, if you're a Predators fan and you've seen the way the team's played over the last couple of weeks, they found their way back into a playoff spot, does that affect the way you view the trade deadline if you're a Predators fan? Let's go back to the text line, driven by WilsonCountyHyundai.com. Got a texter that says, with the Preds, 2 points to be made. Quote, hungry dogs run faster, and we've never seen this relentless forechecking by a Preds team. I don't know if we've never seen it, but they certainly are very, very active on the forecheck. They are creating turnovers. They are generating chances offensively off of those turnovers, and they've really bought it, like, structurally. And there were even people in Chicago talking about this last night when the Predators got up to that 2-0 lead. I mean, they were just suffocating Chicago. Now, Chicago broke through that eventually and tied it up in the third period, but they have played really well in their structure and how they've gone about approaching the game. And I think John Hines, to our point a couple segments ago, deserves a lot of credit for that. And it is interesting now, like you and I both said, our approach to the deadline and the long-term view of this team probably still has not changed all that much. But I do think the, quote, softer sell idea that Adam Vingan has thrown out there is beginning to gain a little bit more traction among Predators fans.
Yes. Now, if there's just a deal you can't refuse for Matthias Ekholm, then I think you still have to think seriously about it.
Yeah.
And I don't think that the last couple weeks should change that. I mean, the harder part about trading Matthias Ekholm is just that years from now, you'd like him to still be on your team.
Right.
You know, and you'd like him to be part of your rebuild, but I don't think – I mean, I agree with what D-Mac said last segment. Like, whatever your plan was, your approach was, your outlook was before this started, this doesn't change it. We don't know exactly what that is.
Yeah.
And David Poyle's not going to go on their show or anywhere else and say, now here, guys,
here's
is
what we're doing.
Yeah. So, you know, when he talks this week, I'm sure he's going to be happy about how the team's playing, as he should be, you know, but it doesn't – it's not – he's not tipping his hand.
Exactly.
I need to go to my text line real quick.
Okay.
What was the guy's name? Elijah, the perm mullet dude?
Oh, Matthew Mayer.
Matthew Mayer, yeah. I got from my wife your John Mayer comment. Your daughter said, he's just embarrassing.
Yeah.
Not John Mayer, me. I'm
agree.
just embarrassing.
I would agree. Thank you.
I'm sorry.
That could be the greatest text you ever received. That was amazing.
Oh, I show you some other ones.
I'm sure you can. Let's go to our 102.5 The Game phone line, driven by WilsonCountyHyundai.com. And welcome in Jim from Nolansville, who wants to weigh in. Jim, thanks for calling in to Robby and Rexrode.
Yeah, I don't agree with you guys talking about getting rid of Ekholm and Granlund. They have been playing very well, and this talk about they're just rentals and such. I want to bring those guys back. Granlund showed he played really good last year. He was one of the best forwards in the league and before the pause, and those are the guys that I want to keep. I've been a fan since 2005. The one I want out is Johansson. He's just average. He shouldn't need a kickstart. I watch him pretty much. He doesn't have a high compete level to me. He's just average. He's not $8 million. And I also want Poyle to step aside. I think some of this is his fault. But I think it'd be a slap in the face to this team after what they've done, bringing in the herd line and whatnot to dump out Ekholm or Granlund. Let them play this season, and we've suffered, and now we're enjoying it. So, but I want Johansson out. Duchesne, he hustled, and I liked watching him.
Hey, thanks for the call, Jim. We appreciate it. I mean,
there's some disrespect to the Johansson instead of Johansson.
Yeah. Well, look, I understand the thought there of wanting to keep Grant. Look, Granlund's played well. He's played very well. What you can't have is, at least in my opinion, Granlund playing well for you down the stretch, you get out in the first round against Tampa Bay and you lose Granlund for nothing in free agency.
They're totally different
that
situations.
That does not help.
You have to trade Granlund. They're totally different situations. I understand. I mean, the Ekholm thing is tough. Very tough.
Now, you could try to re-sign Mikhail Granlund. I think he's going to cost a lot of money. I think, to his point, you've already got Johansson on the books, which if you wanted to get rid of him, that's going to be hard to do. If you wanted to get rid of Matt Duchene, that's going to be hard to do based on the way that they've played as of late and the number that they carry with them. So, look, I understand the thought of wanting to keep Granlund around, but if you don't win the Cup and you didn't trade him off, it looks pretty stupid in retrospect.
Yeah.
Sometimes you go for it, and that's the risk you take.
I mean, Jim, he is a rental because his contract's expiring. I mean, that's just what it is.
Well, sometimes you go for it, and that's a risk you take, and you're okay with it. Like Toronto this year, if they got Granlund, they'd be perfectly fine with losing him in free agency. Like when you're going for it, that's a risk you take. I don't think the Predators are in a go-for-it type of situation.
And the slap in the face, and we're going to hear more and more of that. If they keep winning, that's going to be more and more what people think and talk about is what a slap in the face to these guys if you now make a move. Well,
don't dig yourself in a hole that big.
I'll quote I'll quote Floyd Reese, and he said, you listen to fans enough, eventually you'll sit with them. But it's also as a GM, like you can't think that much either about like the reaction in the locker room. Frankly,
No.
I mean, you have to have a bigger picture in mind than that. And I just think the Granlund thing is a gimme. And it would be a big mistake not to do it as long as you're getting the return we think you would get for that. Ekholm that's tough. That's been tough. Even when they were bad, it was tough. I mean, it's
just gotten tougher now.
That's a fundamental change. And are you ready to do that? And what are you getting back? And are you sure that he doesn't want to be here and is not going to be, a top pairing defenseman for years to come, that you want to be with you on the other side of a rebuild or retool or whatever we want to call it.
Yeah, I mean, that's always been a tough conversation. And now that you're winning and back in the playoff picture, it's even tougher to try to figure out on that front. So it's going to be an interesting couple of weeks here for David Poyle. We'll continue to get your reaction to the Predators on our text line, driven by WilsonCountyHyundai.com, 615-737-1025, 615-737-1025. We've got a lot of text to get to. We'll do that on the other side. This is Robby and Rexrode. You're on ESPN 1025, The Game. Preds fans, join 102.5 The Game on Wednesday from 6 to 7 p.m. for Smashville Live, featuring Preds players, former players, and other special guests. You can now watch the show online via 102.5 The Game's Twitch, Twitter, Facebook, YouTube, and theGameNashville.com. And during the show, look for the keyword to text in for a chance to win a pair of tickets to see the Preds take on the Dallas Stars at Bridgestone Arena on Thursday night. Smashville Live, brought to you by New Amsterdam Vodka, Spring Hill Heating and Cooling, and Red Spirits and Wine in Bellevue. Welcome back in. Robby and Rexrode here on ESPN 102.5 The Game, and streaming live on Periscope, on YouTube, and on Twitch as well. Got a lot of your thoughts to get to on the Nashville Predators, so we will do that now. Let's go to Todd on Twitter that says, I'm feeling like I need to point out the Preds are 16-11-1 with Johansson and 2-6-0 without him. Sometimes just looking at the box score and not watching the game can leave one with the wrong impression.
That's a good stat.
I think and look, I get it. The production's not been good from Johansson this year. But I think we saw when he was out of the lineup how different this team looks offensively. I mean, Porth had the stats. It was a dramatic difference.
Yes.
With Johansson in the lineup and with Johansson out of the lineup.
I mean, their first real big swoon this year, I don't think there's any way you could say it wasn't tied, at least in part, to him getting hurt.
Yeah.
So, a lot of, it's not what you want. It's not enough. It's not $8 million. All that stuff is fine. All that stuff is fair. He's an awfully important player. And he did play well this weekend.
He has played very well this weekend. Let's go back to the text line, driven by WilsonCountyHyundai.com. Got a texter that says, the Preds are winning now because they're moving their feet. They're actually skating and actually trying. There was a brief period in last night's game where they stopped doing that, and guess what? The Blackhawks scored twice. The defense stopped skating. The guy went right around him and scored. Johansson decided to reach for a puck instead of skate to a puck, and the guy scored. I've been screaming this since 2017 that this team does not move their feet. It's a shame that the kids have had to come in and show these veterans how to actually play. Now, I think there at times is something to that. I think that's an excuse that's used way too often. They move their feet pretty frequently. That's not the reason why they've struggled.
They stopped trying?
Yeah. So, look, the effort thing is, quite frankly, a little tired in the NHL. Like, that gets blamed way too much from what the actual problems are. But I think there's no question that when you watch this team play right now, they are hyper-focused on the details of the game and sticking to the structure because they have to be with the way their roster is constructed. And I think there's no doubt that's helped them through this stretch.
Yeah, now there's effort, and then there's desperate effort.
Sure.
So
and there's a difference.
There's a certain level of effort that is higher than most humans would be able to put forth consistently. That is built into playing anything at this level, and that's where it gets exaggerated. But there is a higher level too, and I think this team has found that more consistently.
I think they have as well. Let's go back to the text line, driven by WilsonCountyHyundai.com. Greg texts in and says, I say you hold and consider Granlund your deadline buy unless you get a good deal for him. You keep Ekholm and trade Ellis in the offseason, use that money to re-sign Ekholm. So Greg says you hold on to Granlund and basically just consider him to be your buy at the deadline this year.
Okay.
I don't necessarily agree with that.
I disagree.
I disagree as well.
Thank you for sharing. I disagree with you.
Let's go back to the text line.
Wrong.
WilsonCountyHyundai.com. Kevin texts in and says, get rid of Poyle. Come on, people who are calling in. You got to get real. Kevin from Clarksville.
So is Kevin saying, no way, I don't want that, or just no way, there's no way that's happening?
Saying no way he doesn't want that.
Okay.
That's how I read that.
Okay. Because some would say, well, it's pointless to talk about because who's going to do that anyway?
Yeah. I don't know.
But that's also something that's being talked about a lot less now, right. Along with, has John Hines ever, watched a game of hockey?
Yes.
Like we were hearing a few weeks ago.
Right. At Gator Z on Twitch says, is this winning streak a product of everybody finally getting comfortable with the system? Do we think that there's anything to that you got a new group coming in and it took some time to get used to the system and the way that they wanted to play this year and mesh together from a team chemistry standpoint, and now that they have, this is the result of it?
I lean more toward what Darren was talking about. A couple things. One, the young guys coming in, because they're going to be hungry and they're going to adhere to the system maybe to a fault at times, but young guys come in, it's your chance, and you're going to have a different level of whatever you want to call it. Again, I think effort is, but it's a different level of intensity maybe. And then also I think there is something to what he's talking about with little kids. I think that still works in pro sports.
Yeah.
Things can get contagious, infectious. And there's confidence. It goes both ways. It snowballs both ways. And right now this team looks like a team that thinks it's going to win when it takes the ice, and like it knows what it's doing. I'm sure some of that is like playing within the system better, but it's been quite a while now for the veterans that have been in the system. I don't think it's like, I get it now. It's
and the other part of that is the young guys have come in and played the system really well immediately.
Yeah.
So if they can come in and get used to it that quick, I don't think the veterans have just been lagging behind on that area.
Right.
Would be my guess.
I think you would be guessing correctly.
Let's go back to the text line driven by WilsonCountyHyundai.com. Our friend, the Ultimate Predator, text in. We can be sellers and be competitive. The kids are there and are good. You trade Granlund, keep Ekholm, you shop Ellis. Ferentz coming in, Tomasino on the wing. You play our game. That is some big news for the Predators over the weekend as well. David Ferentz, who just finished his career at Boston University, signing a 2-year entry-level deal, finished in the top 10 of the Hobie Baker Award voting, which is basically college hockey's equivalent to the Heisman Trophy in the last couple of years. So some more help coming in on the defensive side of things as well. Good for the Predators to get Ferentz in the fold. I know some Predators fans were concerned that he finished up his last year of college and he could have waited and became a free agent, similar to how Jimmy Vesey did a few years ago with the Predators. That's not the case. He signed a contract with the Predators.
So, they've got, even with all the moves, they've got some intriguing young, defensemen, which is, I know that's tradition for this franchise, but another, possible still chase a playoff spot. You don't necessarily have to trade a foundational piece, but Granlund is a given.
Well, I think he is too, but especially where he's playing right now. I mean, he's your second-line center at the moment. He's been on the wing, but right now he's playing down the middle. Like when Duchesne is healthy, wouldn't it make sense just to slide him in as the second-line center and trade Granlund? Like, to me, you just can't let him walk and lose him for nothing. I know that they've done that in the past, and a lot of Predators fans point to Ryan Suter when they've done that, and they lost him for nothing. That was kind of different. They were going for it that year. That was their last chance with that core
that was
together.
A go-for-it year.
That was a go-for-it type of year. This is not that. Like, to me, this is not a go-for-it type of year. You can't just let Granlund walk for nothing.
No. And I just don't – I guess anything's possible in the realm of feeling good about a player going to re-sign with you, but I doubt that's the case, right?
I would doubt it. Maybe, but I would doubt it, especially if the market for this offseason gets close to where I thought. Like, to me, that's the reason he's here to begin with. Like, basically, David Poile and the Predators essentially moved on from Granlund. I mean, they said that at the press conference last offseason.
Right.
And then free agency worked out the way it did, and nobody was getting the deals they wanted to get. So why not come back on a 1-year deal to a place you're familiar with and to a coaching staff that you had success with before the pause and into the playoffs? I mean, it's a decent move on Granlund's part, too, and then you take another shot at free agency. I mean, I think it would be unlikely that he's back here next year. So, but even if he is, guess what? You could sell him, trade him, and then he still becomes a free agent. You can re-sign him if you want to or try to. And you can get the best of both worlds as well. Let's give one final update on our poll question of the day at 1025 The Game on Twitter. Today's question, the Preds have won 5 in a row, 7 out of their last 8, and they currently sit in a playoff spot. Are you a believer in this turnaround? 325 votes are in. 54% say yes. 46% say no. So we'll continue to take your reaction all show long on our text line driven by WilsonCountyHyundai.com. 615-737-1025. 615-737-1025. But yes, very steady and very close in the voting. I was interested to see how this poll question would turn out, and it's about right down the middle.
And you can be a believer and still sell.
Yes.
You can be a believer, and you can be a believer in selling.
You can. Two things can be true.
Especially probably more the soft sell.
We do a lot of two things can be true here on the show.
It happens a lot in life. It's kind of wild.
Let's go back to the text line driven by WilsonCountyHyundai.com. Greg, who you said was wrong earlier about holding on to Granlund, says, Joe, I say your broken keyboard is wrong. You can't even type the word trade. So what do you think of that? It's pretty good.
Well, Greg, if you're watching, see, I have this
replacement keyboard.
I have this alternative keyboard that I plug in and I put on top of this keyboard, and it's perfect. Well, here, let me see. I haven't actually tried to type the T in a while.
It didn't just magically fix itself.
But don't you think at some point, I mean, it
just
magically
heals? The keyboard heals?
What happened to it?
I don't know.
I don't understand. Now you got me all mad about my keyboard again.
Sorry. That's Greg's fault. You shouldn't have made fun of him. There you go.
And now I'm trying to open up a Word document, and it's taking 20 minutes for the Word document to open. Okay, here we go. I'm going up to the T.
Nothing.
Oh, actually, it only took a little bit of
mashing.
Look at all these T's.
Jeez.
Look at all the T's.
Well, maybe
amazing.
You fixed it. Maybe, Greg, you've discovered something here with Rexrode's laptop. When we come back, we will switch gears and get into Vanderbilt, an announcement coming at 10 o'clock that has got a lot of hype surrounding it. We'll discuss that coming up next. This is Robby and Rexrode here on ESPN 102.5 The Game. So how do you...
Yeah.
Welcome back in, Robby and Rexrode here on ESPN 102.5 The Game. Robby Stanley, Joe Rexrode, Elijah Campbell here with you on this Monday morning in Nashville, Tennessee. Joe, some interesting news coming across yesterday. This coming from the Vanderbilt Athletic Department, and this came out, I think, on Twitter yesterday at 3 o'clock was the first time I saw this. It says, quote, join us tomorrow, which means today, at 10 a.m. for an exciting announcement about the future of Vanderbilt athletics. So they've got a little graphic attached to it that says Vandy United and the future of Vanderbilt athletics awaits. So we're about 12 minutes or so away from that press conference getting underway with Vanderbilt, and that led to all sorts of speculation yesterday on Twitter about what it could be and what this announcement could look like for Vanderbilt. I'm interested to see what happens here at 10 o'clock. And, you know, the first thought that I had when I saw this announcement come out was, how many times here on the show have we talked about the investment level of Vanderbilt and putting a shovel into the dirt, and how Vanderbilt fans won't believe that anything is actually going to happen until they see something being, you know, constructed and things like that, and just the perception battle that this athletic department has. I mean, we talked about it a few weeks ago when Clark Lee joined us here on the program as well. So I'm fascinated to see where this goes from Vanderbilt, and when I saw this announcement and started like combing through the replies of it yesterday, a lot of people talking about facilities and hoping that this could be a part of the announcement coming up here in about 10 minutes at 10 o'clock from the Vanderbilt Athletic Department.
By the way, Elijah, just so you know, I'm going to be hanging out here after the show for the press conference. Is that cool?
I guess I'll allow that.
Okay. Thank you. Elijah with the awesome 5 Slam and Jammin' shirt. Yeah. Yes. Okay, so there's some stuff I know. There's some stuff that's coming. I have a piece coming out at the athletic.com here soon, and the press conference is coming. And I think it should be obvious to everybody that this is related to the things that have been talked about a lot. I think what people, so I think a lot of Vanderbilt fans are looking at this like, okay, there's going to be some kind of announcement relative to what has just been talked about for years and years, which is investment in facilities, and why can Vanderbilt never get into either of those things. I think what a lot of Vanderbilt fans are very interested to find out, and like you said, Vandy United, I mean, that's, it's pretty obvious that when you look at the stuff on the website and things like that, this looks like a campaign. But I think what a lot of Vanderbilt fans want to see is, okay, are there going to be specifics? Because yes, there are people who are still not, and they won't even buy the picture will not be enough. They've got to go inspect. They need the dirt that comes off the shovel to hit them in the eye and trickle down their face to feel that it's real. And I get it, but I think the presence or absence of specifics here is of high interest to the Vanderbilt fan who wants things to be better. I mean, it is crazy with Vanderbilt in this era of, and name, image, likeness, right, is coming on here, and it's such an interesting contrast to the facilities arms race, millions spent on these ridiculous facilities, and it's so a guy can't go sign some autographs for a few bucks, but he can float down the lazy river to the weight room.
Yes.
So he has a couple years of this amazing facility. I mean, it's insane what some of these programs are doing with facilities. I actually, in researching this story that I wrote that'll be out later today at The Athletic on Vanderbilt, I looked up, there was over a period, I think it was $800 million just out of 17 programs in new buildings over a brief period. Northwestern, everybody knows, $207 million football building. Northwestern.
That's awesome, by the way.
So, right. So, basically, I mean, I'm programmed to be this is stupid. This is ridiculous. I mean, this is out of hand. And yet, you flip it around for Vanderbilt, it's you need to spend more money on your facility, But it's true, because you have to at least be you got to be in the ballpark. You got to be in the game. You have to try to compete. I don't think Vanderbilt's ever going to be in a position where they're, comparing their stuff to what Alabama and Clemson, Ohio State are doing.
No.
But you don't necessarily have to do that. I mean, I think Vanderbilt has a ton going for it. when you talk about people want a degree from that university, people want to live in this city.
Yeah.
And people want to compete in the best league in college, in college football, in college, a lot of things, maybe not in every sport, but certainly the best league in college football. So there's a lot going for you if you're Vanderbilt. What would happen if you ever actually put a big chunk of money behind all this? I don't know. I don't know what would happen. I mean, Vanderbilt's never won the SEC, so it's not like, that. Like, I don't know that in like the 40s, oh my gosh, this football building just stinks, Look at what like Sawani's doing over there. Yeah. We can't king with. I mean, this is more than facilities. I mean, the history of the programs, they never won a championship. But can you be Northwestern? I think so. I think you can be a Northwestern, a Duke under Cutcliffe. You can feel good about winning 6-7 games, and then here and there you have a veteran team that does more than that. And you get the new coach right now too, so it's kind of all
like coming together.
New era kind of feeling.
It does. It does feel different under Clark Lee. And I'll say this, I agree. You don't need to get to the point, if you're Vanderbilt, of investing the same amount in your facilities as Tennessee does or as Alabama does, particularly when it comes to football. There are different ways to approach it. I think Vanderbilt is in a unique spot where, number one, like you said, the degree that you can get from there holds a lot of weight. But I think the city's a big deal too. You can recruit to a level in the SEC based on the city that no other team can. There's not another city in the SEC like Nashville.
Not Stark Vegas?
Not Stark Vegas.
I've never
not
been
quite.
to Stark Vegas.
I'm sure it's very nice.
You been to Stark Vegas?
You're going to get the people of Mississippi really mad at you.
Oh, especially
at least one half.
Especially when you start talking about baseball.
Yeah. Yeah,
those MSU fans. Oh, boy.
Yeah, buddy. You got to watch out for those people. But, I think there are some built-in advantages here where you're not going to be getting, your 5-star guys coming in. They're going to have their run-of-the-mill at Clemson and Alabama and Georgia and all these different places. But there's a way to recruit here and be competitive, and I think a certain investment level can help fix that. So I'm interested to see what this announcement is coming up here in about 5 minutes from the Vanderbilt Athletic Department, and you'll be a part of that.
Yeah, and there's the focus has to be on recruiting, I think, and on helping your teams. But then obviously fans want a better experience at the stadium too. And I think the setting is fantastic. The baseball whole thing is perfect.
Right.
I love Memorial. I hope they never fundamentally change that place. It's all right there. You have to bring the football stadium up to code.
You do.
Just about, 40 years.
Right.
And that's another, there's a lot. There's a lot to do. It's been a long time, but I think things are changing for the better. And I think, leadership has a big part of that.
And we'll find out for sure here in about 5 minutes. That does it for us today here on Robby and Rexrode. Darren Donica Chase coming up next. This is ESPN 102.5 The Game.
And a good Monday morning to you, and welcome into Darren, Donick, and Chase here on ESPN 102.5 The Game. Hope everybody is safe from this weekend. Saturday was a bit rough in these parts. Yesterday and today, very nice. Beautiful day here in Middle Tennessee. Darren McFarland, Willie Donick, and Chase McCabe with you. We are going to start off our show today by heading over to West End, or to the campus at Vanderbilt, where the AD and the Chancellor are going to talk about some big news surrounding Vanderbilt athletics. So without any further ado, let's head over there.
Today to share an exciting announcement about the future of Vanderbilt athletics. This is a very special day for our university, our student athletes, and our fans. For some time now, I have made clear that Candace and I are committed to bringing Vanderbilt athletics into a new era. And today, we're taking the next step to transform that vision into reality by announcing the Vandy United Fund, a $300 million investment campaign to support major